All right, let's just send a solo. Hold on, I want to. Denny, have you seen the gamma cheats at nighttime raids, bro? It's really fucking. It's really stupid. I don't know if you guys are gonna be able to see it, but this shit is whack. It's really stupid. Wait, what? Well, let me start this. Let me start my YouTube stream. Cheats already on day 4. Yeah, you can blame Spicy for this one. Yeah, I mean, yeah, cheats got developed for the game because of the playtest. Stupid, but.
While most of Toledo is asleep, though my suppliers say that Ark is twice
go to the departure building.
Sunset.
Alright, hold on. I'm curious if you guys can see the difference if I crank this shit up. I doubt you can. What if I monitor capture? Oh. What's up, homie? We chill? What's up? You know how to talk? That's okay. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, you want to come with me?
Wait, where are you going?
I'm going this way and I'm gonna loop into Launchpad.
What are you doing? Launch pad?
Alright. Launch Tower, my bad. Can I go this way and then loop into Launch Tower?
Oh, gotcha. I think I'm gonna hit up the departure building, but I'll swing with you for now.
Bet.
Dude, people playing solo in this game is like a different vibe completely. Wait, is there anything I need here? Spaceport. Yo, have you done like the LiDAR scanner shit? The quest?
I'm not sure, honestly.
Okay. If you'd probably know if you had done it. This guy seems chill. People have a lot less eagerness to fight without backup. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Look at downstairs here. Do you want to know a secret? A secret
What?
juicer spot?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Gotta go through here, I think. I'm gonna be a nice guy. Yeah, so over here, a lot of people don't come in here. This is like if you want to just get money, come in here. Look at this shit. Oh, there's a player in here. I think. Damn, he's got fucking fire grenades. Damn, we just got 2v1'd. Yo, I wonder if that's fucking Denny, bro. Well, you know, that is the spot anyways. Yeah. Sorry, gentlemen.
What the fuck?
Dude, that fucking blaze grenade cooked me. Dude, pushing into that room when somebody's there is just... It's just suicide. Like, you literally just die if somebody's in there. It's a good room, but... Hey, it is a juicer spot, alright? But like, if somebody's in there... Dude, that, like... We just got fucking fried, dude. Dude, those blaze grenades are insane. That shit did... That was insane. It did my, like, entire... It is a juicer spot. There's, like, 15 lockers in there. Dude, I can't believe we just lost 2v1. That fucking blaze grenade just... That shit did my entire shield and half of my health pool, man. What the hell? What the heck, man? What's up, Lepa? Standing in the fire hurts? Yeah, but I had no choice. Like, if I pushed out, I was just dead. Or I don't know. I don't know, man. That sucked. Yeah, a lot of people are just going there now. People are learning. Maybe if you queue on Asia servers, people don't know yet. I feel bad. I just got that dude killed. Whatever. We both should have just charged in, man. Do I have a... Yeah, I feel like whoever's in that room just like, I don't know, you have such an advantage because when you push into that room, you're fully exposed. You're covered in light, and the guy can just hide behind a locker and jiggle peek you, which is exactly what he did. Well, I don't know if Mika's down to play now, or if she's still in the game.
Don't let it go to waste.
Yeah, I don't know. Third person's alright. I do kind of wish the game was first person, but... Like, it's in the departure building, that spot. I don't want to just go in with the Pharaoh, but I feel like I'm shooting myself in the foot if I do that. Let me see, what is Mika up to? Pharaoh plus Anvil. Dude, Anvil is fucking... Okay, well, the thing is, do you have an Anvil blueprint? No, I haven't tried running the Stitcher. Cause, yeah, okay, I don't have the Anvil blueprint, otherwise I would love to do that, but I definitely don't want to spend 15,000 every time I want to fucking... Every time I want to use one. You could probably... Dude, crafting it... I'm not fucking poor, but still... Dude, I bet for the blueprint is probably like 2 fucking gun parts and like a mechanical component. Because it's a green, right? So like, it's got to be super easy to craft. Once you get your final stash upgrade, you don't use money on anything else. Yeah, I mean, that's true. I still feel like the blueprints are better though. Are the raider caches in this game like random, by the way, chat? You know? Like, those are the best way to get blueprints, right? Craft power rods? Wait. What the hell is a power rod? I don't think I've ever seen that. Well, yeah, I mean, I've found them all over the place. Yo, Cypher, thank you for the 10 gifted, man. Thank you, dude. Wait, can I make a blue... Do you have to get a blueprint for a power rod? Because I don't think I have that. I don't know what that is. I got a blueprint for a Wolfpack grenade. That was cool. I got some blueprints, but not that much. No blue... Wait, okay, wait. Where do you make it then? The bench? Wait, what? What? Where? Wait. What do you... Power rod? I don't... Oh. Oh. Oh, I see. I need motors and bombardier cells. You can use for crafting or for the door. That's kind of stupid though that it doesn't say that it could be used for like why doesn't it say that it could be used as a key or anything? I guess just something you just gotta learn. Yeah, you can make hatch keys pretty easily. I don't remember where... What is that, utility or something? Yeah. If you have room, you could bring one and show me. I know we were gonna play with Mika. I don't know what she's doing right now though. Keep doing quests, better for progress, but it's kind of boring. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, Zuso, I could maybe play, or I could invite you later if you're gonna be on for a bit. Use them during night raids only for bonus tier loot. Yeah, I see. That makes sense. What's up, CJM? I think Mika's inviting me. Denny invited me. I'm sorry, Denny. Wait, failed to join the party. Sorry. Yeah, Denny, I said I was gonna play with Mika for a bit. I don't know how long, but... Servers are cooked right now. Oh. Shit. You'll make fat stacks solo. Yeah, it's just weird. I don't know. Something's messed up. Thank you again for the 10 gifted, Cypher. I can't even invite people. What the fuck? It says for me that I'm in a round. Oh, that's so weird. Relaunch, but there's a queue. Oh, sorry, I was just all tabbed. Yeah, I'm not gonna close the game. Play a solo round, then try again. I don't know if solo queue even works right now. I don't know if any of the queues work. Is there a way to make this game audio persist in the background? Oh, yes. There we go. Did I turn on the female voice? I didn't actually know that you could do this. Wait, where? How do you change your voice?
Hey Raider, can you?
Hey Raider.
Hey Raider.
Hey Raider.
Hey Raider, can you hear?
Hey Raider.
Hey Raider.
Hey Raider.
Hey Raider.
Hey Raider. Can you hear me all right? Good. Let's go.
Don't? What do you mean don't? Disco's female voice? I mean, you guys aren't gonna hear it, just the people in the game. Is doing a solo round? Alright, I'll do the same then. I'm just gonna go in with like nothing, whatever, dude. You'll forget you have it on and your friends will be asking, what is that voice box? Well, we were gonna... Our plan was Mika would change her voice to male and I would change mine to female. You're gonna Q snipe? Denny, no. Is it against the rules to Q snipe each other in duo and a solo? I mean, it's scummy as fuck, but... Yeah, the queues are cursed. Swap to Asia. I can't even cancel, dude. Yeah, this is cooked. I'm not closing the game, dude. I don't want to get stuck in the queue. Wait, so Zuso, every time you use one of those power, what the hell are they called? Power rods? Is there a guaranteed blueprint in there? He said he runs it at nighttime. He says he uses the power rods only at night. I've never used one of those before. I'm curious how good they are. The turban doesn't make your hitbox larger. I hope not. Yeah, imagine your head is the size of the fucking turban. That would be cursed.
If you lose those scanners, you should be able to find more in the flight control building. By the
Oh, so
space
you
station.
actually need to bring the scanners. Did she give me some? Wait, where even are they? LiDARs, scanner. Does anyone know? Do you have to bring these in? Dude, I wish you could search. I should have some, but I don't know where they are. I thought they were like a white item. Well, unless I sold them. You don't need to bring anything in. It's just weird because she said when I opened it, she's like, you can find more of them at the control tower. You just interact. Okay, because I tried doing the one on the Galleria sign and I couldn't figure out where the fuck I'm supposed to put it. I can't even cancel my queue, man. Yeah, this game is way more casual friendly. It's really easy to like just hop back in, and the free loadout system is really good too. Like if you die, you can just free load out and just get back in like a few seconds. Small thing close to the antenna. Is it on top of the building? Because I tried installing it on like the entrance to the building where it says Galleria, and that didn't work. And then I went to the top of the building and I also didn't see anything. I must have missed it though. Oh, this is great. Oh, is there a limit on top? You'll find a short tripod kind of thing. Oh, wait, you need a zip, actually, to get up there? Denny, yeah. Dude, last night, I was playing with Spicy and Zeke. We loaded into a match 16 minutes in. We ran straight to an extract that was 30 seconds away. And we found a team. And we just started shooting them and they extracted. We like forced them to extract. 3 dead bodies full of purples and epic, like purples and blues. We all got completely juiced in like 2 minutes and then we just left. Like we showed up probably right after they fought a full team and wiped them, and then we just forced them to leave and we just took all the loot. That's so silly. It was perfect. There was 3 bodies for there was 1 body for each of us. Hola, Distortion 2, sabes español. Un poco. Yo tomé 4 años de español. Tome, is that correct? The past tense of took? What's up, Still We Fall? I don't know, all the conjugations in like when I took Spanish were super confusing. With the accent, yeah, I remember that. So many games are on hold. RE4, Elden Ring, Depth 5, Hades 2, yeah. How many languages do I know? I just know Spanish and English. The funny thing is though, I went to Mexico and dude, it's funny, like, when you try to speak in Spanish to native Spanish speakers, the problem was I feel like I said everything so slowly, like I say all the words so slow that they just didn't understand what I'm saying. Oh, it's true though, dude. Like, native speakers are so fast. Like, I remember in my 4th year of Spanish, we would have one of our final exams was like listening to a native speaker and like trying to understand what they said, and it was so difficult. Same for any language? Yeah, for sure. For sure. Well, this is a shame, chat. Hopefully they fix the server issues. I don't... Why isn't it working? I know, man. Yeah, that sounds rough, Calculus. Well, chat, I'm gonna have a little stretch. No, I can't cancel it. Somehow Trey isn't around. Great game. Well, to be fair, I've never actually had any issues with this game until... Wait. Wait, what? Denny, I'm... What the fuck? I'm in your party. Alright, Denny, cue us up. What the I don't know if I can ready up though. Did I buy the same skin as you? Maybe. I'll change it. I like the skin, but I didn't want to use it because you were using it, you know? Might need to reboot the game. Yeah, should I just reboot the game, do you think, guys? I don't know. Are you guys able to get back in the game? Or... Yeah, I mean, it's been 15 minutes almost. Because Denny's ready, but I can't ready up. What if I, like... need to restart? Now you're trapped in a queue to get in. Yeah, I probably should have tried to I mean, I don't know. I don't think it's ever... I don't know if it's... And what is going on? Yeah, I gotta restart the game. I don't think this thing is gonna fix itself. I mean, I don't want to restart, but it's cooked, I think. I don't know. Now you can't leave this group even though we extract. Yikes. Oh wait, the game is just insta-booting up. It doesn't say I'm in a queue. At least I think. Yeah, I mean, everybody's having issues right now. All right, I actually think I'm getting back into the game though. It didn't say that I'm in queue. Well, I'm back in. That was so delayed, what the heck? Are you able to join mine, Denny? I joined and left. Oh yeah, now it says... Now I can't even invite anymore, because it probably thinks I'm in a party. Why does the game sound keep breaking? What the heck, dude? It's like every time I boot up the game, it's like a different EXE, so it doesn't... That's jank, man. I mean, I could try to do another solo queue, I guess. Oh. Alright, Denny, I'm in. Oh, wait. Can't ready up. Maybe it's just delayed. Oh, okay. Don't spam. Well, too late. Too fucking late. Is Mika still stuck in queue? Oh wait, hold on. Let me open her stream. Yeah, this is super cursed right now. Are we on Asia right now, Denny? Oh, Mika's in queue on the booting it up. Oh, do you have to change that in the settings or something? Probably goes off of the host, I reckon. Gameplay. I can't even change it. I imagine it goes based off of the host. I feel like we're gonna get stuck in a queue again, but maybe not. Cancel. I don't think I can, unless it's delayed. Oh, okay, wait, it actually works. Hold on. All right. Won't that cause hella delay? Well, I don't know. Apparently the Asia servers are not as swamped. We'll see though. I think the Asia servers might be fine. What's up, Dara? Dodged Miss Mika again. Well, she's still in queue, right? I'm down to play with her when she gets back in the game and once the servers are. I mean, I don't even know if we're gonna be able to play right now. Am I having fun with this game? Yeah, I'm actually pretty big into like extraction games. I never played Tarkov really, but I've played like a lot of different extraction games. I kind of vibe more with like the fantasy extraction games. This game is, I mean, at least this game is like sci-fi. I like this game because it's more, I feel like it's easier to get into. Already more hours in Ark than in BF6. Clearly their server slam test was not good enough. Dukov. I've seen a bit of that game, so that's also an extraction game? It's PvE. Oh, okay. Gotcha. I mean, honestly, dude, I feel like this game would be kind of cool with like a PvE mode as well. Although a good amount of the AI in this game can be kind of like cheesed, but that's just how it goes. Oh my god. Alright, I'm gonna call Denny real quick. We're in. We're in the Asia Strat.
You ready to see the different color blood?
Nah.
Cat's in for a treat, dude.
Oh yeah, we get purple blood now. Here, let me shoot you in the head.
What the? Does it actually?
No, it doesn't do
Blood splatter
damage.
out of teammates?
Wait, you fucking moved. God damn it.
Oh, what the? That was ping.
Yeah.
Shani speaking.
They should have made it white blood.
Identify the places most likely to give us a clean signal. Place the LiDAR scanners there.
Have you done the power rod thing this dude in chat was talking about? You know about
I've yet
that?
to find one of them. They're rare as
Well, you
fuck.
can
I've
craft them
seen-
though.
On
It's level 3 utility
Which
bench,
bench?
or no, level 3 refinery.
maybe I don't know what I need for that. I think I'm close on it.
Okay. You need
What is he, just-
bombardiers drivers, or the purple thing from the bombardiers.
So you just let a snitch call on you over and over.
Yeah, I guess so. Where are we going? Departure or?
Yeah, I'm just gonna do. We can do. Let's see. It's a fresh match. We could do tower into departure, or we can do departure into tower.
Yeah, I'm down for whatever.
Yeah, I turned my Tarkov settings on and
Game
the-
fixed.
The gamma works.
Yeah, upping the gamma's kind of silly. It's actually funny. Like, the game straight up just looks like you're playing during the day.
The I don't know what Dark and Darker did to fix it, but they changed something about how their lighting
Yeah, the
worked, and
lighting.
it made it so you couldn't gamma cheese anymore. Like the darks were still dark.
Yeah, regardless of whether you crank it up, you can still hide.
But Tarkov and Darker used to gamma cheese in really hard because everyone used to do it, and you were at a disadvantage if you didn't.
Yeah. Honestly, hopefully they make that change, because I don't really like cranking it up, but I also feel like I'm at a massive disadvantage if I don't.
Yeah.
The only thing that I noticed, if you up your gamma, dude, when you're shooting the anvil, you get like freaking blinded by the smoke.
Oh, yeah. Makes the whites pop more.
Yeah, like, dude, I was
Whoa.
shooting this guy with the anvil yesterday, and I shot like twice, and then I like smoke grenaded myself. Like, I couldn't even see.
So these buildings, the security stations, all have a chance for a weapon crate in them, by the way.
Oh.
And then once we get to that breachable thing, the
How close are you to that?
security station, I don't know.
I think I'm like 10 levels away.
Yeah, I think I'm a bit away because I invested in other trees.
Yeah, I
Um,
think I have 3 in stam.
But yeah, once you get to it, you can there's a lot of security containers in these things.
Yeah, they're all over the place. Those security containers seem crazy.
Let's just do locker room and then go tower.
Alright, sure. I wouldn't be surprised if somehow we're just like... this isn't even a full lobby.
I might have just heard someone breaking into something north.
Yeah, there's a flashlight up there.
By the departure building.
Oh, right on me, team. I'm going out. They're right here to the left. Coming in, straight at us. I lit that guy.
Damn.
Right in front of us, he's close. Like, lit him, 1 HP.
Alright, I'm pushing.
I can't see through the smoke.
They're on the right side.
Where did he go?
Where did they go? Let's run them.
They ran into locker room?
I think so.
No?
I think they're in the locker room.
Did he jump in the pit below us?
No, I'm pretty no, he's
Oh,
in the
no,
locker
I heard
room,
him,
dude.
I heard him.
Oh, I hate pushing into this fucking place.
It's fine, we got the gamma cheese. Nade. He missed.
I need to shield.
Oh, that fucking hit me from that far? Oh, that's not good. I'm gonna back up here. Oh, getting lit. He pushed. There's another team, I think.
You guys can't see the gamma unless I crank
Where
it up
did I
myself.
get-
On
I don't know
stream.
where I got cooked from when I was healing.
It's like over there. He was near like the entrance doorway. Yeah, I don't know.
Oh no, there's a turret right there.
Oh, what the?
Alright, let's just go tower. I don't want to push into that if there's a guy on the outside too. That or we can hold him, one of the two. Oh, by the way, oh, hang on. So do you know about, there's a Rocketeer. Do you know about the fall tech, by the way? If you're at a certain distance when you're falling, if you either time your like crouch slide button or you spam it and you hit it at the right time,
Yeah, you
do
can
a
roll.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I know.
didn't freaking know you could do that.
I thought I told you that before. I guess not.
I don't know. I've just been face planting every time.
Are we going through the tunnel or just straight to the?
I'm just running straight.
All right.
We can go underneath too. You need heals or no?
Yeah, I'm out of bandies and shields. Actually, I didn't really bring much.
Okay, I'm gonna drop 3 brandies, and 3 shields.
Oh, that's
God.
great.
That's fucking... How is it shooting from that far?
Holy ping!
You get the
Shot.
We gotta go. Rocketeer's coming. Hurry.
Oh God, Denny.
It's gonna aggro. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Someone might be in here. Alright, going up. Oh, I should have gone up on the side that didn't have the Rocketeer. This will be interesting. Oh, it's
Those-
following me up. It's following me up.
Oh God.
We're good. Oh, we can't fly up fast enough. We're good.
Damn, it's already looted up here.
Is it? Oh, fuck.
Unless
Wait, how
that
did
was
they loot
you.
it? No, I
Did
didn't
you-
touch it.
I don't know.
They might actually be here then. I thought I heard something. The Rocketeer's aggroed up here. No.
I mean, we'll lose it eventually if we did. Just wait. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, this
How did
place
they
has
loot
been-
without aggroing everything?
Well, there's dead ticks here, unless that was you.
I killed 2 ticks.
Oh, okay.
But there was like the bomber too.
We just gotta wait this guy out, I think.
We could go down here and go onto the other side. Oh no, he's just gonna be floating up here. So basically, what were you saying about the rod? It like guarantees a blueprint?
Like a blueprint, yeah, I think. That's what somebody in chat was saying. If you use it at night, it opens like the dam. I don't think many people know about it too, so it's probably like free loot.
So you use the rod on a, it's like a key. Okay.
Yeah, on the dam.
I thought
on
you could
something.
just like wave it over a chest or some shit.
Oh.
Straight
Okay.
across, straight across. Oh god. On the other side. I didn't see him till it was too late. He was on the left side on the stairs.
Oh, they're jumping. They're above us.
They're pushing? Okay, let's hold them. Who the fuck throws a lure grenade? There's nothing to lure.
I hit him.
Are they snitch grenades? What are they?
Are those tagging grenades?
No,
And they see us?
they're... Oh, they're the distraction grenades, I think. One crossed. Dude, the game making you like latch onto environment when you shoot is so ass.
Yeah, it really is.
How much utility does this guy have? I hit him. He's got no shield. The game is legitimately locking onto this thing in front of me. This is booty.
Oh, okay, that somehow hit
He's
me.
shooting. Flashbang? What the fuck is that? Oh, the stun one. These guys have all the utility. What is going on? Shit, I didn't realize you were over here too.
Yeah. I'm gonna cross. It's so awkward, dude. I don't know.
Oh my god.
Okay. I guess they can they have a tiny angle. Oh, it's a
He just
three-man
one-shot
too.
me. Wait.
Yeah,
he
I got
one-shot
one.
me?
I got one shot as well.
What is he aiming, or what is he shooting? I was at full light shield, full HP. What gun is a one-shot on a light?
Good question. Well, I got a damn control key.
Does
good
it
at
tell
least.
you?
That was kind of
That's
hopeless, to be
crazy.
honest.
It just says damage received. I can't.
They must
see
have
the
timed
gun
their
type.
shots. Yeah, I'm honestly surprised they even got an angle
That
on
was
my
a
head there,
pistol.
dude.
Whatever it was a pistol, and it
Hmm.
one-tapped me. I've never been one-tapped in this game before.
Yeah, I was at half health.
Interesting.
It seems like Mika's in a game now. I was a tad taller than the cover, yeah.
Okay, so you said Refiner 3, fuel power rod. Okay, I see it. So what do I need to upgrade my refiner? I need bombardier cells. Bombardiers are the ones that,
They look like bastions, but they shoot like explosives.
Oh. Is there a way to tell the difference between a bombardier and a bastion?
They look different, slightly, but I kind of confuse them
Can I
sometimes.
Google it?
Yeah, we were playing on the Asia server, because, well, I don't know if we, are you guys getting into games now, chat? Is it fixed now?
I like how the wiki doesn't have a photo of it. It's so stupid.
You can't even start the game.
Kist has a video on it.
That's funny. Do I play pacifist or killer mode? Honestly, it depends if I'm playing solo.
Oh, they're using breakers on it.
On what? Oh, on the bombardier.
Yeah. They all three have breakers. That's funny. Or sorry, not breakers, hole crackers. Okay.
Got something in mind?
Well, I mean, that would be worth farming them, if that's the case.
Yeah, for sure. Have you been doing the trials, by the way?
I haven't been looking at which ones. I just kind of naturally complete them.
Yeah, but you
They're
can't
worth
get the
doing, though.
purples unless you focus them, because it needs to be in one raid.
Let me see. You go to Raiders, Trials.
I have the purple one for damage any arc enemies, because we were just killing like a million fucking robots that run. But yeah, you gotta hit like it's per raid basis. So if you want to get the
Yeah.
harvest plants one, you just gotta focus only plants like the whole raid, and so on.
Interesting.
It's pretty
Yeah,
worth it
and
though, because you get
2
like
stars in all of them.
you get a green, blue, and a purple, if you know, if you just get it done in one go.
Okay. Better refine some stuff real quick.
You can get the herbal bandish plant and mass in a couple buildings. Yeah, yeah.
Surely I got a better
I've,
muzzle.
in one of my solo raids, I found the weed house. There was like 30 fucking plants in the building. Maybe I was on like the increased spawns, like the what is it called, like the flora or whatever. The nature modifier.
Alright, I'm gonna put a medium shield on. That shit was cursed.
Yeah. True.
One shot is, so feels bad.
People sheltered in those camps back.
Alright, I'm ready. I'm bringing a shotty this time. Yeah, that was such a cooked situation though. We were just...
I cracked the one guy on the left like
It was a 3-man though, like we
multiple
can't,
times,
we
but there's
couldn't
no way
push
to
it.
push it. Yeah. Like unless they mess up bad.
Yeah, I mean it was just a wait. Like honestly, we should have just waited them out and just waited for them to leave. But they might have just stayed there forever.
Yeah.
They were actually able to hit my head, like, oh, like my head was peeking through the railing slightly.
Hopefully 80 shots is enough. Oh, it's not night raid here anymore. Exploding caches. Let's do a damn night. Do you care which one we do or no?
Yeah, damn's good. I need to search the South Swamp Outpost for this quest.
I think I have the same one as you. The
What we left behind.
If you lose those scanners,
I have
you
Broken
should
Monument.
be able to find more in
It's
the
like
flight.
this.
What, hoping I forgot? I don't forget.
Yeah, let's go damn, sure. I mean, it's up to you, Crash Cat.
What are you talking about?
I was just talking to chat.
Oh, okay.
I mean, Battlefield 6 is way more like casual friendly, but like Arc Raiders isn't that, like it's pretty easy to get into, but it's definitely a different type of game. Like, if the thought of dying and losing everything you spent time collecting sounds bad to you, then maybe you, maybe you won't enjoy it, but...
Said South Swamp you need to go to?
Yeah. Are we close to that?
Close.
Hey, Tenwin here. Listen up.
to that location.
Raider camps come in all shapes and sizes. If you spot a shack made of mostly corrugated sheets...
If I go
that's
down, I
probably
have
one
an
of
anvil
ours.
4. I'll never forget.
Oh shit. I feel like in duos, just bringing like super good shit is. I mean, it's fine. I don't know why there's no duo queue for this game. Like, if I knew for a fact there was only a 2-man there, I probably would have just tried to push when you fucking crack that guy. But
Look for the battery really quick. I think it's this one.
any raider caches around here?
Am I blind? I thought the building thing was up here. Oh, there it is.
There's 4 different maps you can play on. We're playing on Asia servers right now, chat. Which is kind of cursed, but we're actually getting into the game, so that's good.
I really want to know what gun just headshot me once, because
Doesn't it say at the end of the raid what you got?
I tried to look. It just said damage received.
Oh,
Like,
weird.
didn't tell me what.
Very weird. Oh damn, there's like a ton of lockers in here. I'm gonna loot these.
Wow, that was the biggest waste of time. Holy. 3 little smokies and ammo.
The little smokies are good. I found 2 purple parts in these freaking lockers. Let's go. No, loot is like static on the map, so once
Oh,
you
you're
take
on the
it,
one thing where you have to, it's inside the center, you just loot it or whatever.
yeah, search for anything significant. It
Yeah.
says.
It's like papers in there, I think.
Gotcha. Still gotta get my final scrap. Did you get your final scrappy? You get all your
No, I'm
mushrooms?
still working on my mushrooms. I think I need like 4 more.
I haven't found any mushrooms.
I found a
It's
spot
crazy.
that pretty consistently gives a mushroom, but it's like, I don't know. Sometimes you loot them and they give you 2, which is actually tremendous.
Oh damn. Alright, I got the papers.
Yeah, I'm heading for hydroponic.
Oh shit. I also gotta install a LiDAR scanner at the top of the control tower.
Let's
but
go to
that's
research and administration.
probably gonna be a little stacked.
Yeah, let the initial fight go down there first.
Yeah, we can hit it up
Sweeping.
towards the end of the match. I'm hitting a probe, so I'm gonna be a little behind.
See one on the tree.
There should be some mushrooms up the hill of the church. Wait, church. Where's the church?
Right in front of us. Wait, was that a wolf pack? What the fuck? Right here?
Over there.
Team right here.
I'm 200 meters away. Just
Yeah,
FYI.
no, they're 200 meters from me, so it's not a big
okay.
deal. I'm just saying I saw them crossing on the dome. Can't tell if they're fighting another team or if they're fighting Ark. I think we should tunnel the bombardiers, in all honesty.
Yeah.
Like that's like giga worth it, because the biggest thing to power spiking in this game is like upgrading your guns, and if you could get the blueprints for
Yeah, for sure. I want to get the fucking anvil blueprint so badly.
I like freaking spotter flying over me. It's not real. Really. They're in this dome.
The
Probably
pancakes.
gone now.
The V-bots. What?
I'm gonna crouch walk once I cross this water. Wait, I just heard a footstep north, maybe? There's a freaking arc scanning this way. We're gonna have to go right here. Oh no, there's two over there. This is just horrible timing. We gotta go run back down this way.
Oh, what's up, Frijoles? Thank you for the 70 months, dude.
Oh, another mushroom. Oh my god.
He's up big.
I have 2 whole mushrooms. Yeah, they're still here. They got scanned. They're breaking into stuff inside. No, there's birds.
Let off
I
the
didn't see
birds,
'em. I
Danny.
didn't see 'em. I didn't see
The
'em.
birds! It's probably a fucking 3-man.
Doesn't matter. We'll cut them down to 2 with the surprise.
Alright, sure. I'm gonna pull out my shoddy for this.
Yeah, I got the anvil locked in. They're just looting, so we're gonna get a free shot.
I'm a little behind you, not too far.
Yep. Try not to touch the bush here. Alright, I saw one. I see one. He's looting still. You ready? Right on me, right on me.
No.
On me, over here, left side. I hit him twice, downed him.
Nice. Watch out for a third. Oh, they surrendered. It was just a duo.
Punched in the kidney. If you have mushrooms on you, I'll kiss you on the mouth. Come on. Oh, it was a free kit? Oh no. Tragic.
I had some stuff. He's got a Toro on him if you want it.
I'll nab it.
Got a knocked out raider in there.
That's why I don't like breaking into those, dude. They're so loud. People
They
can hear
really
them
are.
from so far.
True. Ain't wrong about that. I think these are where you get rusted scrap, though.
Alright, I'm gonna go to the other dome, see if they hit that already. Yeah, the 2-shot on the anvil is like very strong. Don't hit the car.
Wait, is that a bombardier?
I don't know. Yeah, they have to look for
sure.
the Oh, what the fuck? Where did the tick come from? That was cursed.
Yeah, when you like loot moss, by the way, some locations actually have like fat stacks of it. Like there's a key that you can use on. It's like I don't remember which key it is, but the moss in there gives 5 each instead of just 1.
Industrial battery, if you need one still.
I think I'm good.
Might drop for that. Yeah, so the bombardiers have 2 of the missile boat spotters for them, and you kill them, and then it'll like recall more of them. But they help it aim supposedly, so you have to kill them, and then like the weak point's on the butt of it.
Yeah.
I want to go check the tree, but that thing's just guarding it. It's one of my mushroom trees over there. Alright, so where are we going? Research and admin?
Control.
Let's go to the control tower.
I need to install a scanner at the top of the control tower.
That aggroed? That aggroed. I'm just missing.
The anvil, like, bullet travel time is kind of rough when it's not upgraded.
Alright, it's fully max, I just don't know how to shoot it.
Well, I have an anvil 1, so yeah, I gotta like lead it like crazy. Kind of awkward.
Where's that probe? I heard it. Oh, it's the downed one.
I don't know why my
Above us.
FPS. I might have like
Yeah,
everything
absolutely.
maxed out. Yeah. Oh
That
yeah.
one might be a bombardier. Wait, you can just ping it. Right? It is.
That didn't even improve my.
So you see how it has the 2
A spotter.
spotters?
Wait, where is it? Sorry, I was
Right
fucking
below
with my
me.
graphics.
Right here.
A bombardier.
You want to try to kill it?
So we have to pop the spotters really quick, and then you shoot it in the ass. So one of us has to hold aggro on it. I don't know if I have enough bullets. That's the only thing.
I don't know
got,
if this is a
like,
good
80
spot
bullets.
either. I have like 35, so
Yeah, let's not do it. We'll
Alright.
gear up and just we'll like hunt them.
yeah, let's just go to the control tower then.
Go to research and administration.
Spotters actually might go on us here.
Yeah, but I'm at 90 FPS in game at the top left.
You just shoot that?
Nope,
Somebody
they're
up
up
there
there.
then?
There, by the primary facility.
Missed him. Dude, this terrain is terrible. Nice fucking mantle. Wait, are we stuck? No, we can't go through here.
Oh.
We gotta
Wait,
go
no,
up
we can.
this,
There's a
climb
ladder.
this
There's a
right here.
ladder.
Is there?
Yeah.
Hang on, let me make sure I get back up there again.
What does this lever do? Oh. The bridge.
Pull the lever, Kronk. I'm turning the lever off so they can't come after us. Oh, locker room's already been hit here. And a weapons case, that's good to know.
Oh, yeah, true. I thought I might have saw like a shotgun up there, but
I mean, the people that were shooting the one things were around. Oh, yep. That's south. I'm gonna crouch. They're fighting. Inside here. The freaking camera, man. Is it above us or is it?
not sure. Can we get in without the camera seeing us?
No, I don't think so. We can try though. Oh, maybe we can. We can. Oh, he's looting. Guy on the right's one. Oh fuck, there's another one. Shit. Oh, I just got cooked. Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm dead. Bye.
They finishing?
Yeah. It's alright. I can't believe
Oh,
we didn't
no.
get it down on one of those guys. Crazy.
I double shot the guy with an anvil on the he was like looting. He just slid behind a cover.
If only it was a duo, we would have won. But
Yeah. The guy on the right cooked you. I didn't even know he was there.
I hit him with my shotty twice. He must have been super low, but yeah.
Yeah, same with the first guy that I hit with the anvil.
I should have backed out a little
He
bit.
had to have been using a medium shield. There's no way he survives that without.
If only we had a third player.
Yeah, it's
Fucking do it.
I
Duo
guess
Q is so stupid, man.
just
Like, yeah, we
play
got the
for-
jump on him, but still, like,
I think we
Inherently.
both chose different targets, so I
Well,
should have communicated the target.
the problem is,
better.
like, I wasn't close enough when you started shooting that guy. I didn't have an angle
okay.
to, like,
Just
pull down him.
tell me to wait next time. That's my bad then. Yeah, when we get like 3 shots like that, we gotta 3, 2, 1 somebody. No, there's a guy right in front of me. The fucking robot is actually cooking me.
Yeah, there's no duo queue in this, so you just end up with trios, and you fight 2v3s. It's really dumb.
It's still tracking me. There's a dude right there. He's no way he doesn't see me.
Yeah, we could just random kill. Are the servers, like, actually working now, chat? It seems like... Like, are you guys able to queue and everything now?
There's a solo.
Might be able to just run in once he pulls it.
Oh, he didn't pull it. I thought he was pulling it.
Oh, you're
Oh
fucked.
no. What is going on? Dude, I thought he was pulling it. No, that was bad.
I finished one of my quests.
Standing there like, I see. If it looks like it matters
Bro,
to
what is
someone,
this
grab
next
it.
quest?
Don't
Oh
wait.
my god,
This
it's like
isn't salvage.
7
Yeah,
objectives
that's
and...
the one. You have to loot 3 things and then extract with it all.
Yeah, I guess it's not that bad. It's just weird because you gotta deliver it, but that's just...
Yeah.
If you lose...
About the site.
If I have DLSS set to auto.
That's the one I'm on too. It's I thought that was the one you were doing for a minute, but... Okay, we're just gonna bring the old Pharaoh. You wanna try a bombardier hunt?
Sure. Need to bring a lot of ammo.
You came to the right
Yeah,
place.
we'll bring a bunch. Like 80. Plenty for the Pharaoh.
Yeah, I have the night mode on.
You're back.
We're on Asia. I don't know though. I mean, I don't necessarily like playing on Asia.
Bandies.
I'm gonna bring a blue shield this time. Well, we were on Asia because we felt like it was easier to get into a match. But I don't know if that's actually true. You want to try to go back to US now, or?
Oh yeah, we can try and queue in.
Yeah, I mean the ping isn't great. Yo, Anonymous, thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you, man. I feel like the servers are fine now, no? Hey, Salty. Thanks, man. Mika's still down to co-op. Does she want to Does she want a duo? Or is she cool if she
Do you have
joins?
motors saved?
I have one.
I have 3.
Yeah. What, for the utility or the refinery
Yeah.
3?
Can be found in mechanical.
Yeah, I mean if she's down to join us, I'm down. I just don't want to I don't want to make things awkward. I could also just ditch Denny, but I would feel kind of bad. But if she just wants a duo,
Wonder
if she
what
wants to
Kraken
just
and
duo,
things open is the
I
way
c-
to get those then.
I can join her after this one. I don't want to.
Switch back to US here and I'm ready. Just trying to look up how to get those.
I just don't want to make things awkward. I can send her a message.
Settings. Where are we going? Dam again?
Yeah, I might have somebody who's gonna join us, but I'm not sure.
That's fine. Which one were we doing? The monument?
Penny, the
one?
disposable friend. No, it's just
I think, yeah, monument. Pull up the guide really
it's
quick.
fine either way.
I gotta go to the scrap yard.
Wait here. I need to be leader.
You just invite me. Drop by.
Yeah. If it lets me leave.
Yeah, everything's delayed. The Steam invite pops up like 5 seconds before in-game catches up.
All right. I'm calling Mika. Hello. Hello.
Should I kit up a bit since we're doing 3 then?
Have you tried the in-game voice? Is it good? Do you know?
It's super loud every time I've ever heard someone accidentally use it. Like when
Well-
you were hot micing it yesterday.
Oh, can you not adjust like individual volume?
Click on you and see.
Wait, how do I talk?
It's
Can I-
Z by default, I think.
Can we talk in the lobby?
No, there's no individual volume. Let me look at the settings. Voice chat, enable voice chat, automatic gain control. There's no volume for it. Oh, there's. Man, I'll turn.
Are we
it
going
to
night
60.
night raid on Dam? Is that the
You
plan?
can do whatever you want. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what the best way to kill bombardiers is, but
I mean, the best way to kill bombardiers is probably a day map, so you're not getting harassed by the people who are farming night raid. But if we're doing the quest or whatever that we both have, then we need to do dam, whether or not it's day or night.
we can just do day then, I guess. Apparently you can talk in the lobby, but I don't know how.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
it's working.
You're
Do
talking.
you hear me?
Yeah, I think it's Z by default if you have it on push.
Oh
talk.
shoot, it's playing through my speakers. One sec.
Whoa, I'm in the speakers.
Why is that still so loud? Can you say something again?
Hello.
I have it at 20%. It's still blowing my ears.
Really? Can you change the volume of people? Because you're very low for me.
No, it's like if you go to the audio settings,
Yeah,
it's
I don't
the
know.
party voice chat volume.
Why
but
is
it's just a
why
big
is the
slider
why
for
is the
everyone.
voice chat going through
Yeah,
my?
right. I'm just very loud, I guess.
What's going on,
No, it's
dude?
just the voice chat in general for the in-game, like this blows my speakers out too.
Oh, that's so weird.
I don't know what's going on. For some reason it's just the game is in my headphones, but the oh wait, I got it. Never mind.
I mean, if it doesn't work out, I guess we could do Discord. But
Okay. I think it's good now.
Alright,
Alright.
cool.
Do I sound okay for you guys? Am I not
It's
too
not
loud?
perfect
Yeah,
for me.
Okay.
I had to drop
sweet.
it to 10% for it to be normal.
Well, there you go. I think the servers are okay now, hopefully.
Seems good.
Oh, they're so delayed. Please.
All right, get ready for a bloodbath, Mika. Is this the
Yay!
first time you've played like with a group?
I played with the one random who invited me.
Gotcha.
It was fine. We were talking to people and we were harmony.
Oh, okay. I'm surprised. I've everybody I've seen in groups it just shoots you, like kills you on sight.
Really?
Yeah. In solos is super chill though. Everybody is
But
so friendly.
when I played with that random, I convinced him to use a female voice changer so that we both sound like girls.
Nice.
Maybe that's why I didn't shoot it.
You get one or two sides of that coin. They'll either leave you alone or they will hunt you until you're dead.
I'm ready whenever.
We're in queue right now. It's just
Oh, yeah,
servers
okay.
are cursed.
Yeah, it's taking its time.
Cool.
We were playing on the Asia servers for a little bit and it was working, but the ping was not not good.
I didn't even know we could switch.
Yeah, me neither, until my buddy told me. We're gonna try to kill some big robots this raid. We need to kill the
Alright, sounds good.
bombardiers. I don't know if I've ever killed one of them before, actually.
I killed one of them with a random.
Oh, nice.
You gotta shoot the joints and like the tail or something?
Yeah,
The
that's...
butt is weak, and then you gotta kill the spotters because it helps it aim.
Yeah.
Are the spotters like attached to it or are they like above it?
It's
They're
those
like little
floaters.
little scanners.
Oh,
Dudes.
gotcha. Maybe I should re-queue.
Yeah, sure. I don't know. How long has it been?
2.5 minutes. I just pressed cancel, but it's still... Oh no.
Oh yeah, this happened before.
Oh
You can
no.
try what chat says and turn off crossplay, see if that helps.
Hmm. I might have cooked myself. I don't know.
It's in the same spot as the server select.
Yeah, I know. It's just
Gotta
that it
cancel
still
for it.
thinks I'm in queue, so I can't.
Yeah, this happened to me when the servers were really bad and I couldn't find a group forever.
Yeah, I was stuck in queue for like 15 minutes. I had to
I
restart
had
the
to
game.
restart the game. Yeah.
Yeah. I might have to do that again. Shoot! Well, I will try to reboot the game. Hopefully I don't get stuck in queue.
All right. It should be shorter now.
It's booting back up. Hello, Fate. Monitored suspicious user, Sussy. Oh, not what I meant to do. What's my skill tree looking like? I'm going for the security lockers, the security breach skill. All right, well, we'll try this again. I don't want to keep if we can't play as a trio, then whatever, we'll just try to group up again later, I guess. I don't if it bugs out again. Maybe I should go to EU servers. All right. Um. Why can't I invite? Oh, are they stuck in a queue now too? Are you guys stuck in a queue? Are you guys in the lobby still together?
She left the party.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, man, the game is bugging out so badly right now. Here we go. I still can't invite. Okay. Yeah, we can try one more time. If it keeps bugging out, we can just go back to doing, or like, it's all good. We can try to group up again later. I feel like for some reason queuing solo is like easier right now than in a group. I don't know why. You might have to reboot your game as well, Denny. I think that you're like, it thinks you're in a party or something. I can't invite you. Actually, I can't invite anybody though, so
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on, man.
Just fine.
What's happening, dude? I don't get it.
The servers are just on fire.
Yeah, maybe just going solo for now is the way. I don't know. Servers are down.
Yeah, they didn't ping their servers.
She's in the queue for starting the game. Oh no. I don't know. Maybe it's. Oh, I'm sorry, Mika. I'm sorry.
I think I can invite you. Did you go offline? Failed to send party invite. It's bugging out now. Yeah, it works for me. Have her post her code thing or whatever, the embark code. Or is it not accepting? Oh, it's like actually. Oh wait, no, it's just super laggy now. Okay, you're in.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Mika said she's just gonna play solo for now because it's kind of scuffed. So.
Alright, that's fine. You gonna jump back to solos then?
I mean, we could try duos. I don't mind. The duos were working before. I don't know why trios is so weird, but.
let me try and turn crossplay off like that person said.
Don't you get cute against other trios? Yeah, it kind of sucks. We're both ready.
Yeah, we're in queue.
Not for me.
It says matchmaking for me. Let me try and cancel it and redo it.
Good luck.
It'll work, it'll work. Oh yeah, canceling breaks it. Okay. We're all to foreign.
Yo, holy shit, Domo. Thank you so much for the raid, man. What's up, everybody? What's up, y'all? How'd the bingo go? Who was the victor today? How's this game? I'm pretty addicted, Domo. If you ever want to play, let me know. I'm down, dude. Huge drama. Actually, though. Star, Chris, and Adef. Nice. You thinking of getting it today? Yeah. Yeah, let me know. I am down. Are you able to queue or are you stuck? You're stuck.
Like 30 seconds ago, it just shows me in the party still.
Yeah. I mean, I probably need to frickin' reboot the game now too. Wait, I can maybe leave party. Let me see.
Yeah, I think once you're in the queue,
Have you played
just
Tarkov, Domo?
Don't ever try and cancel.
Yeah. Yeah, I gotta reboot the game. Yeah, man, this game is fucked today. Weirdly enough, though, every time I've oh, now it says I'm in queue. Shit. Yeah, it's similar to Tarkov, but it's way more like beginner friendly, which is really nice. Yeah, like dude, I tried playing Tarkov before, but that game was so confusing. Like, I had no idea what the heck was going on when I was playing Tarkov. Well, I'm stuck in the queue. Yeah, thank you so much for the raid, Domo. Appreciate it, man. Bingo was great. Aggie got his ass kicked. Whoa, bro. Are you a hater or something? What the heck? Yeah. Is the queue bugged? Yeah, the servers are just cooked right now, sadly. This is your only time to play and you just have to play QSim? Yeah. Yeah. And now we just got a raid and I can't even play the game. Well, welcome to the stream, guys. Hope you enjoy your stay. Yeah, come join the queue, Domo. Oh man, bingo seems like a lot of fun. I have a hard time with like commitment is the thing for me. Like I just it's I don't know. A lot of the time I just like to just do my thing, you know? I just feel like I would potentially get like I don't know. I should join for like a season of the bingo. Well, if I'm allowed, of course, but it seems like a lot of fun. It's just yeah, it is a lot of work and practice, and you know, you gotta be there. Honestly, one of the things for me now though is I feel like you guys have got like y'all have gotten so good at bingo and put in so much practice that like I actually would be like such a noob. I mean, not to say that I couldn't, like I definitely would need to put in like a lot of effort to actually like learn all the there's a lot of like memes like strats and things that you got to do for bingo in particular. Yeah, I mean, well, I know like to the guy who spent hours running into a wall to find a skip. Dude, it's just all right, listen. I'm just saying like every night, dude, I see like Tom and Aggie and everybody doing like bingo practice and stuff. Like people have been putting in the hours, man. That's all I'm saying. It's getting sweaty.
Oh my god, this queue is forever. How did you get back in so quick?
I'm not it. I'm not in. I'm stuck in queue
Yeah,
again.
but isn't this like your third or fourth restart?
Yeah, every time I restarted before it was instant. There was no queue, but this time it didn't work.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be fun to just do it for like a weekend or something. It's like a bit less commitment. Well, this sucks. I don't know. Maybe we should just go play solo, or maybe we should go back on the Asia servers, dude. I don't know. They're still investigating. No light in sight. Yeah. No, I was thinking about mega bonking. I was watching. I was watching you. You grind that a bit, Domo. It looks okay. Well, to be honest, I don't know. I feel like that's a game that when I watch it, I don't feel like it seems that fun. But I feel like when you play it, it's probably a different story. You know what I mean? It's like one of those games. The gamer dads flooded the servers. Man, this stinks. Have you played Outer Wilds, Domo? No? Oh man, you gotta play it, dude. Outer Wilds is like one of my all-time favorite games. I know Aggie and Parky don't like it that much. I was actually shocked. When we were at like TwitchCon or whatever, we were talking about it and they're like, they said it was overrated and I was like aghast, but you know, to each their own. Chat can ruin it too, yeah. That's true. I mean, hell, I was playing Baldur's Gate 3 and I stopped playing the game because chat backseating was like so annoying. My entire playthrough of Outer Wilds, I did local sub only. I don't know if you know of like local sub demo. Basically, you can only see like sub messages, but everybody can still chat. It's like a, you know, it's just like it's a personal sub only, basically. Yeah, then the backseaters can just scream into the void. I don't hate chat, I hate backseaters, alright? What about sub backseaters? I mean, the funny thing is when I played Baldur's Gate 3, I was in local sub, I'm pretty sure. And the backseating was still really bad. Sadly. I don't know. If I play Baldur's Gate 3 again, I just have to like it felt like I was like trying every time somebody backseated, you know, it just kind of put me in like a bad mood and I'd the whole stream I'm just like constantly telling people to stop backseating and I don't know, man. If I play it again, I feel like I just have to like embrace the backseating. It's like accept the fact that people are gonna tell me where to go and what to do and stuff I missed. Just let it be a chat playthrough. You've been playing Baldur's Gate 3, the backseating's been quite low. That's good, man. Should have played it earlier. True. When I saw it come out, though, it didn't really interest me that much. But then, you know, everybody's like, this game is so good. It's amazing, yada yada. So I finally decided to try it. How was the backseating when you played Abiotic Factor? Not bad. There was a few people who, like, spoiled a few things, but it wasn't really a big deal. The save scummers that are giga annoying saying you can fix your playthrough. Yeah. Stream over? No, I'm trying to get into the game, man, but it's not working. I'm just stuck in the queue. Are you still in the queue?
Yeah.
Yeah. Shouldn't have canceled that
No, listen.
I mean, it was
Believed
probably
until
cooked
I
either way.
didn't.
Well, this is a bummer, chat. Hey, out of time. Thank you for the 20 months, man. Thank you, dude. Can I run another game while waiting in queue? I could, yeah. I don't know what I would run, but I'm just kind of vibing, talking to chat for now, I guess. No, I'm in like queue to start the game. Ask Vegas if he's down to play. I don't even know who that is. Try restarting it? Okay, sure. Probably just cooked myself. by doing that, but maybe not. Risk to going back of the back of the queue. Yeah. Yeah, I probably just got baited by chat. Maybe not though. It's weird because sometimes I boot up the
Never
game.
left Asia. I knew it.
Yeah. Sometimes when I boot up the game, it does just like instantly let me in. It's so weird. Yeah, we're gonna do more like Souls marathons in the future. I don't know, it's just putting me in queue every time right now. Not sure. When will I play more Species Unknown? I don't know. I mean, the game is cool, but I do feel like its content is fairly limited. Like, if that game had a few more maps and like more upgrades and stuff, that would be a banger. I mean, it's a good game, but I feel like it's, you know, I'd be down to play it like one more time, but then I think I'd be kind of over it until there's new content. Well, this sucks. Has Lethal Company got updated at all? No. Apparently the dev is going back to work on it more now that he just released some like free to play game called Welcome to the Dark Place, I think. And I believe in his like dev blog he said he was going back to work on Lethal Company, so I love Lethal Company, man. I gotta say, like, Repo is good, but Lethal Company just hits different. Like, I do still prefer Lethal Company to Repo. I feel like the honeymoon phase for Repo, like right when the game came out, was more fun for me. But Lethal Company, like, I don't know. I played Lethal Company so much more than, like, it was just so, I don't know. I have 230 hours in Lethal Company. I only have 70 in Repo. I think it's just the Lethal Company, like the difficulty, like the vibes of the game, it's so much scarier, and I don't know, the difficulty of the game is just a lot better. I feel like in Repo, as the game gets, it's just the monsters don't really, like, they lose their threatening, they lose being threatening after a while. Driver of the year, yeah, let's see this. The freaking Lobos clip. What? The clip should have went on longer. I'm pretty sure he died and then his body like floated up to the top. Phasmo was cool. I feel like the game got a little repetitive pretty quickly though. At least for me. Meanwhile, Insym has like 3,000 hours in the game somehow. Are you still in queue? Yeah. Dude.
We've made a grand mistake closing the game.
where he exploded the truck after driving for 2 seconds. Yeah, if you what was it like? If you try to drive the car while the parking brake is on, it like explodes or something. I don't know. There was some like meme in Lethal Company where, yeah, I think that's what it was. I mean, I think new maps are cool, but like new interiors are, I feel like, the most important thing. Because like while the maps are cool, you spend most of the game in the, like inside the facility. Oh man, this really sucks, guys. I don't know. The game's just, I can't even get in. Hmm. Dude, I don't know. Denny's been in queue for like 15 minutes. RE4 time. I mean, if I do RE4, it's probably just gonna crash. Oh wait, did our creators... Oh, I'm in. Are you still in queue? Well, if Denny's still in queue, then that's messed up because I restarted my game like just a few minutes ago.
Using the restroom. Yeah, I'm still in queue. And
Okay, I just got
haven't,
in. You might need to reboot, honestly.
Yeah, restart Steam.
'Cause yeah, that only no, I just like closed the launcher and then reopened it, like re-entered the queue, and then it popped after like 2 or 3 minutes. I'm kind of scared of going back into a duo though.
You can send it solo. It's not a big deal.
All right, sure. Yeah, the servers were so good the other day. True.
This game's like not stopping running. What's going on?
Oh, it's the launch tower. Oh my gosh. Were you doing that solo or with a group? I guess he's gone.
I'm here. I did it both. I did a group and solo. Solo, you can trigger the event chests and then just run back downstairs and wait for like 2 minutes, and then the mobs start patrolling further away from the tower, and you can just run up and loot it, or you can just smoke the crate out.
Yeah. My favorite guns, probably the Anvil. I also like the Renegade a lot. I haven't tried any of my purple guns yet. Shotgun's also fun. Anvil's really, really good though. Honestly. Dude, the shotguns are good. That's the problem that they're good at. Increase the amount of probes. Oh. Maybe I'll just go for a probe run. See if I can get... bunch of parts. Bring a hatch key. Oh, the game sound's not working again. Oh, that's so annoying that it does that. Oh, I'm partway in. I heard a probe. Oh.
You send me the streamer client so I can get in?
Wait, what? This is horrible. I gotta get inside. Well, this is awful. No, don't go. Dude, this... Oh my god, I'm terrible. How is that a miss? Oh yeah, I need to... What? Where did all the... Dude. Aw. God, this is so lame. Kill a bunch of robots just to have some fucking bozo attack me. Great. I mean, he's just playing the game, but I'm still gonna call him a bozo, I don't care. Kind of want to try to go back and kill this guy now. I'm pissed. In that building down there. I want to just hit the probes, but I also don't have any shields. I don't hear anything though. If he's still down there. Wait, did I just hear him crack that open? Got him. Bastard.
Just hit me with the kettle reminds me of. It's like the Stormtrooper blaster.
Thought I just heard a footstep. Open. How the tables have turned. No, no. No fucking way, dude. Oh my god, no. Great, I have the fucking army on me. I love this game. Should have used the fair. Fuck, man. Duck and weave, duck and weave, duck and weave. Bullshit, dude. That was fun.
An Ark orbiter is en route. The safe window is closing. You have 10 minutes to return to Speranza. I repeat,
Dude, if you don't kill those snitches, it's so bad. Actually insane. I'm gonna go back up for that probe. I want to get all this circuitry. Used SMG. I mean, I tried to use the kettle there, but I guess my aim was just bad. I don't know. All the birds came back. Has shit damage against arc, yeah. Well, there's a hatch over here. You know what? I'm gonna go...
Lucky hatch.
Well, actually... Sure. Any more probes? Maybe I'll just dip. Maybe there's some raider caches around here. Like I don't really look around that well all the time. I guess he just took the they just took the circuitry. Yeah. There's a fucking player there. I lost sight of him. Oh, he's hitting the extract over there. I don't know. I'm not gonna be greedy. I just want to get out with all this shit, honestly. I'm just gonna hatch out of here. Fuck it. Yeah, you can prevent fall damage by rolling. Only up to like a certain height though. Did the parts from the robots actually sell for like... I'm just gonna sell some of this stuff. I need to get the next stash upgrade, so... Like, all these robot parts are actually worth, like, a good amount. Not gonna lie.
This shit is cursed.
Yeah, Posse. Well, like, the thing is, you don't know what you need to keep and what you don't, right? And that's the problem. It's like, the game incentivizes you hoarding everything, and then... But you just don't know what you actually need until you get there. I want to get this trial done for the arc probes. Do you guys know, do the trials need to be in one match? Like, is that how they work? My Scrappy is level 4. I need 12 mushrooms, though. I got the apricots and the pillows now. They add together to your total. I don't know if that's true. Maybe it depends on like which objective it is, but Pilgrim's Peak. I've never actually been over there. It's the Lindrica. Yeah, I don't know where this shit is.
Let's go to the Pilgrim's Peak.
Oh, I joined partway through. Yeah, wolf packs are like a grenade. What's really dumb though is the wolf packs, they don't stack. Holy crap, that's... Okay, that's fantastic. Huge underground spot in that big vent looking building. Is there good loot there? Or what do you mean? Here? A lot of weapon crates. Oh shit. Traffic tunnel. Oh, it doesn't. That's so weird. It doesn't even show that it's a. It doesn't even show up on the map as like a high loot spot, so a lot of people probably don't know about it. I guess I gotta go down here. Holy crap, this place is huge, dude. So wait, where is the loot though? Like, is there anywhere I should look particular? Somebody was down here? Shit. Well, shit. Dude. God dang it. Yeah, this place has already been looted up. I don't think I'm gonna find much of anything here unless I find the guy, but he's probably gone. Guess he looted those? No, they weren't open though. Weird. Ooh, arrested gear. Need those. Oh, and a motor. A grenade blueprint. I already have this. Okay. Well, thanks for the loot, dude. What did I? How did I one-tap him? Is that because I headshot him or like? Surely he wasn't at full health, right? But I'm pretty sure he had bandages on him. Weird. I kind of want to just get out of here.
Head home at the cliffside air shaft. The bastion, there.
How do I get?
Let's take that entrance.
I don't know how to. Oh, I think it's this way. Oh, it's this. I don't like all these robots, dude. I hear a probe, but I think it's right next to that Rocketeer.
Warehouse.
Yeah, down there is creepy. Yo, have you been down below the giant vent structure on the dam? Or the Blue Gate?
Talking about the place you were just at or whatever?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, there's like a bunch of weapon crates and shit.
Interesting. Is it that circular dome?
Mhm.
Pilgrim's Peak?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm using the night audio mode.
Must be nice to be able to even launch the game.
Yeah, true.
This is so gross. I don't know why.
These motion cores are worth a lot, aren't they? Maybe not. Might be mixing it up. I thought they're worth like 1,000 a pop, though.
Head home at the cliffside air shaft.
I think I can make it in time. They're not 1,000 a pop, or are they like six? Are they the ones that are worth like 600? Oh, they are. Okay.
Do you know if kicking trees counts for that plant harvesting?
I'm guessing no, but maybe. That's cool.
This Galleria. Bunch of great ones. I just want to get the 3-star.
Yeah.
Apparently,
An arc orbiter is en route. The safe window is closing.
the
10 minutes to get
augments
out of there. I
are
repeat, 10
in
minutes.
that pool for purples. I just want to get a looter augment that I can equip a medium shield with.
Yeah, the wolf packs are insane. Fine. That was a good run. Getting so many of these arc circuitry parts. Good. All right, final stash. Let's go. Yippee. Saw some guns I don't use. Yeah, I have a bit of a hoarding problem. Why does it say I have none? That's so weird. Sometimes it like bugs. Hello, I definitely have more than that. And Toma. Alright. Yeah, the kettle's actually pretty good. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, chat. I think they're planning on wipes every 2 months or something. Oh, it's not mandatory. I see. Actually, wait, hold on one second. It'll tell you what you'll get. Blueprints get reset. Oh, it's horrible. Increased XP gain, extra scrappy materials, increased weapon repairs, and more stash space.
Invest in that. Invest in that. I hear you get a lot from it.
Well, you do though. I mean, you get more stash space, more scrappy.
In 2 months.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like more of when you're overflowing with materials, you like slowly invest into it.
Yeah. They don't have the rewards set in stone. I see. Are you in the game now? Are you still?
No.
Hmm.
I'm playing vicariously through you. Average parasocial relationship.
I've just been collecting a ton of the circuitries. I got freaking like 30 of them now. It's pretty nice.
We should go find some batteries. Go to a industrial. Go get batteries.
Oh yeah, what is my...
Or sorry, motors, not batteries. Motors.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't know how this open arc... I think you have to hit like a ton of them in one run. I'm pretty sure. All right. Well, let's send one and just try to hit as many as we can. Yeah, Dominate, that's true. But it's like every 2 months, so even like the sweats, like you have to wait, right? So it would be nice if you could just activate it right away, because it's like you're gonna lose so much stuff after, you know, that you've collected after 2 months. I don't know. Anyone else can't start the game? Yeah, some people are having issues. Somehow I'm alright. It seems like solos are fine, but grouping with people is completely cursed. Oh, we're at the quest spot. Is it always raining? Not necessarily. don't want to get fucking scanned again, man. They're freaking camping me, man. There's 2 of them. Bro, what the fuck? What is this, dude? This is awful.
Raider, down there.
Briefing just because. Yeah. That ain't me. Yeah, the PvP feels pretty good, I would say. I mean, we could go down the tunnels again. I wonder if I can do enough. I don't have enough ammo. If I brought more heavy ammo, we could maybe do the damage the leaper trial. Wait, I hear it beeping. Oh, I see it.
Rocketeer, by the reinforced reception.
No fucking way, dude. It saw me somehow. They have so much range. Sounds like it's so close to me, I don't like that. Damn, dude, I almost downed him. That on me or this guy? Bruh. Wait, that was a flare sound? Well... Dude, like, these fucking Rocketeers are so lame, dude. There's nothing I can do, man. God. Holy shit. I should have just pushed that guy, I guess. That was fucking bullshit, dude. There's just no cover. There's just no cover, man. I should have... I don't know. I don't know what I should have done. I needed to run to the hole, I guess. Now the frickin' probe thing is gone. But this... Do smokes even work on those enemies? Like, I actually don't even know. Dude, looting those probes, I feel like is just suicide. Like, if somebody dude, the fact that did that guy actually die, by the way? Hold on, I'm gonna go back at the VOD and look, because he fell down, I think. I can't believe I actually survived there. Well, time for Twitch VODs to be broken. Classic. Dude, what is this full screen? Yeah, Twitch VOD just isn't working. Amazing, dude. Dude, why are Twitch VODs so bad? Oh my god. Just load. I'm just curious if that guy died. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he died or not. Not sure. Alright, whatever. A little later, oh. Well, he rolled away, but... Isn't that a hole that just falls down, or is it not? I don't know.
You were closing it out. Did you have to stop program on Steam to get it to restart?
Yeah. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Is there anything else I want? Oh yeah, I need ammo. Kind of important, isn't it?
Wait, did it launch?
What'd you say?
Oh my god. After like 4 restarts, it launched in like 10 seconds this time. What the hell?
Nice.
You're looking spry today. You're really pulling your weight.
I've got what works.
Oh man, I don't want to fuck with Rocketeers at all, dude. They're so scary, man. Bring electromagnetic cloak. I don't really want to though. I mean, I have them, yeah, but it's just another item that I'm gonna have to swap onto my quick bar, and I'm probably just not a one-time use. Yeah, no, I mean, I know. Well, I didn't know that necessarily, but regardless. Just try it. The thing is, I don't want to be, like, getting attacked by these. Wait, can't you make these, actually?
Okay.
Electric components and speak. I need 2 Leaper Pulse units. I mean, I can bring it, but I don't know, dude. Just another thing for me to lose when I die. But whatever, I guess I have a few. I just hate having to, like, I hate having so many items that I need to, like, swap onto my quick use. I wish that you could just use items from the inventory, honestly. It's really annoying having to constantly swap stuff. Can you use a head? Oh, you can use a medium shield with the tactical. That's nice.
So when it says 2 times points on major map conditions, is that like an event going on?
Oh, max
You know what
loadout
the
weight
reference is?
45 though. That's awful. When it says what?
So when you look at the trials, right? The things
Yeah.
that, so it says 2 times points on major map conditions.
Yeah.
An event going on?
Yeah, I
or
think it's
is
just like
that-
events. Yeah.
okay.
I think so.
Oh my god, lush blooms on dam.
Is that for the
That's
mushrooms?
mushrooms. That's mushrooms.
I guess I'll just go there and try to find mushrooms then.
So it's the hydroponics area, and then all the trees around the swamp and stuff like that.
I'm actually not playing with anyone right now. I'm just on Discord with them. We were playing, but then the game, I don't know, the queuing in a group right now is like super cursed. And playing this game solo like stresses me out though. I feel like in a team it's like maybe for some people they feel the other way, but I feel like I'm way more like hyper aware.
This is Shani. I've identified the places most likely to give us a clean signal. Place the LiDAR scanners there. And don't fall down, Raider.
Do you know of any other good, not just mushrooms, but like plant spots on dam?
Not sure.
Try and get this 3-star thing done while lush blooms is on, maybe.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I've had, well, sometimes it's chill in solos, and sometimes people just, I don't know, kind of depends. I don't know what I'm looking for with these mushrooms, chat. Like, can they be here? Are they pretty easy to see, the mushrooms?
They shine on like the side of the tree, and then if you see like downed logs, are you in the forest yet?
I'm in the swamp outpost. I thought I'd look there.
Yeah, they shine like any of the forested area. The trees can have them. They shine pretty good, just like moss or whatever. Like it'll have that
Yeah.
shine over thing. Oh no.
Well, that's the thing, though. I feel like playing in teams you get way more PvP, and you get the chance to get revived. So like, that alone makes it like even if you go down, you're probably not necessarily dead. You know what I mean? Like, there's been a lot of situations in team play where you go down, where I've gone down and still gotten res. If you guys see any mushrooms, let me know. I don't see anything. But...
Did that thing call in? Oh no. Oh yeah, the mushrooms are popping.
I haven't seen any, dude. Are you at the Hydrodome?
I'm in the Hydrodome right now.
Mm.
I found two mushies in the Hydrodome.
I just passed some. But these? These aren't action.
Oh my god, there's just like so many spawns of them in here. There's 3. I just missed one.
Did that not hit him? Oh my god, I'm trash.
Oh
What's up,
no.
Yui? Thing is, I've never even seen one. The hell was that guy? The fuck?
Alright, we're up tremendous. We got a Volcano.
Yes.
There's like a fallen tree between the two big domes that spawns one on the side of it too.
Oh wait, I see a fallen tree. Maybe it's... Just want shrooms.
I really should have brought a Raider hatch key.
Saw a guy cross over there. Yo, what's up, Seki? Thank you for the raid, man. Thanks, dude. There was a guy here, but... Yeah, I'm just gonna go to the hat. I'm gonna try to look...
Oh no. That guy just, like, doesn't fucking miss.
Somebody fucking loot the shrooms, man. Yeah, I shouldn't have
Oh my
stalled
god,
for
the
so
birds
long.
just gave me away.
Dude, I haven't... I haven't found freaking any mushrooms, dude. Or is it in like the zone of the hydroponic?
Yeah, in the water pool area in the one building.
Oh, in the building. Okay.
Yeah, there's like 3 spawns in there, and then on the trees and shit like that.
Oh, somebody's already been in here. Somebody probably already took them.
Just harvesting a plant, and that man started shooting.
So what? They're like, would be here, like in this water spot.
Yeah, I really want to know if kicking trees counts as the plant harvest. I want to say it should, but
Head home at the central swamp lift.
Possible third party. Dude, oh my god, I'm an idiot, dude. I'm a fucking idiot, I didn't reload my fucking thing, man. I'm so stupid, dude. And then dude, the robots ruin everything in this game. I swear to God. Crawl on the hatch. Yeah, maybe I could have actually. Oh my God, I didn't reload my fucking Pharaoh. Should have just left.
Is this guy cheating?
What do you?
There's no
what?
way he
I should have
followed me
just
this
left
far.
and just not looted the 2 bodies that were on the ground. Yeah, good. That's great. Just kill people and then just don't even loot them. That's my bad. I don't know. I don't know what I should have done. I
No,
just
it's a different guy.
fucking cloak is useless. I didn't reload my Pharaoh. I saw the guy running up, but I lost half my I could have killed that guy, man. I could have killed that guy. I feel like the fucking stupid electric cloak actually just got me killed. Why didn't I try to extract? Because there was 2 dead bodies on the ground that I wanted to loot? Hello? Alright, well, I'm never bringing one of these cloaks again. It's so annoying when you pull out a gun in this game and you don't actually have it loaded. If I didn't have the cloak, I would have. Whatever. I'm dead. The game's done. No point in dwelling on it, but the cloak griefed me there pretty hard. Like, if I didn't use the cloak, I would have reloaded my gun and I would have at least been ready. But now I know how it works, I guess. I'm just gonna go with the free loadout, dude. What's up, Spicy? I just killed. I just third-partied somebody on an extract, but then I got griefed by robots, and another dude ran up and killed me. I was trying to use the photoelectric cloak to de-aggro the enemies, but it does not work when the enemies are aggroed on you. It doesn't do anything. Yeah, honestly, I might have been able to crawl out there because that guy was getting fucked up by robots. I should have at least tried, but whatever, man. Alright.
Go to water treatment control.
Genwen here. Listen up. Remember, you're looking for a first wave battleground. There might be junk around, but look for anything that stands out.
Dude, robots have killed me both times now. The past 2 raids I've died to frickin' robots. I mean, the player killed me, but there was a basket. Oh, I see. Oh. Oh, wow. You seem to pass loot a lot. Dude, I mean, it's hard to see, like, it's hard to see stuff, to be fair. I just want mushrooms.
Oh wow. Is it like cumulative or it's all from one raid? I think it's all from one raid, right?
Yeah, it's in one raid, I think.
That's crazy. I just harvested like maybe 12 plant nodes or so, and it like one-starred me.
Yeah.
Where are people finding all the nodes?
No butt space, yeah. Great. I don't have enough ammo, so I die. Well, you didn't say anything, man. Oh, well, now you're dead.
Yeah, I'm the winner now. Yeah.
Dude, free loadout sucks. Alright, you know what? I'm just gonna go like full budget loadout. So I'm just gonna make... I'm gonna make one Pharaoh. Like 30 ammo. And a light shield, a looter. I did shoot first. I was gonna say something, but I was scared. I really should try to talk to people first, though. Alright. I'm just gonna send it with this. I'll bring like 3 smokes as well. Oh, it's not... Oh, wait. Oh, it's still... Budget loadout with rows of anvils. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I can just bring it at... Well, too late now. I should probably use my guns. Honestly, I like running gear way more in like a group than I do solo. How do you emote in this game?
Let's go to that location. Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't shoot!
Don't shoot!
Ever play with Missouri?
What?
Ooh, that's a fucking clip. Did you ever play with Missouri?
I played Dark and Darker with him. Yeah. Are people actually getting in now, by the way? Like, are the servers good? Did they fix the issue?
Oh, that's a freaking Rocketeer. Joey.
Ooh. Hello. Because, I mean, I would like to play with a group. Spicy, are you still here? Are you playing? Or what are you up to? It's just medium gun parts. I already have it. With the circuits. I mean, I already have like 30 of them. But I mean, I could, I guess. I don't know.
Don't shoot!
I swear I heard a footstep there. That was really weird. Yeah, I really should not just use a Pharaoh 1. I'm just screwing myself. Like, I could potentially kill somebody, but it's not that likely. What's up, buddy?
Don't shoot!
Don't shoot!
Don't shoot!
I guess there's always a basket here. Ooh, hello. Flame spray? The heck? I'm at the South Swamp Outpost. Yo, there's a basket I just got 4 mushrooms from.
Yeah, the old fruit baskets. I just don't know what they look like. That's what people.
There's
used to
one
have
that
to get all their
always
fruit out of.
spawns at the South Swamp Outpost in the like the dead center on the metal walkways.
Interesting.
At least it's been there the 2 times I've checked now. Where's the other fruit baskets?
Roots. What the hell are roots? I've never seen those before.
Hey, what's up, buddy? You friendly?
Don't shoot!
I mean, I don't really want to
Double
fight
weapon
people right
crazy,
now.
what's going on? I think I'm done with mushrooms now.
Nice. Might just run around and see if I can find more of this Great Mullen to loot, so I can get the PB on this. Harvest Moon gameplay. What's up, Sir Leet? Hey, thanks, Dara.
Wonder if there's a video guide out on how to get 3 stars in this thing.
On the plants?
Like, I don't know. Yeah, dude, I literally.
You just gotta
like,
find a
12
bunch of
plants
Great
is a lot.
Mullen.
Well, I just don't know the spawns. Like, I know one
Yeah,
on the
me
second
neither.
map, but like, supposedly this should be a double point event, right? Because it's an event going on.
Mm-hmm.
So 12 plants times 2. Oh, mushrooms can just grow out of the ground on the water edge too? Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, like right around the water edge, I just grabbed one. Oh, please don't aggro.
I need more weed, chat. Where is it? There was so much, now I'm not seeing anything.
I forgot a raider hatch key again. Dumb. But yeah, so if it counts as double, I don't know, it's a big if. That should have been like the equivalent of 24 harvests. And it 1 star.
Fertilizer count as a plant? $22.50. Let's see if it counts. No.
There's a dead body in the extract? What the hell?
I'm so bad.
Let's go to the domes.
Please don't see me. Bro. What is with these robots, dude? $32.50. There might be more of the... Yeah, it's fine. I just want to get this trial done.
It's nighttime. Nighttime's the 2x modifier.
Oh.
This is the screenshot of the zones to hit for plants. Apparently there's a ton of great mowing along the rivers. So you gotta wait for night on the map, which is in 10 minutes.
An ARC orbiter is en route. The safe window is closing. You have 10 minutes to return to Speranza. I repeat, 10 minutes.
I think we might get it, guys. Surely this is enough. Oh. Oh, nice. I got it. 4,500 plants.
What? What the? Do I just not have plant vision?
There was quite a few in the swamp outpost. I think I got like 10 great mole in there.
Bad plant vision. By the way, I've been told security breach, the thing we're pushing for, just spits out pinks like nonstop.
Yeah, I believe it. Need to hit the back engine, but...
Does that mean we have all the same types of trials?
Yeah. I think so. It's not dead. Are you... Holy crap, dude. Kinda wish I brought a hatch key. Aggroing every robot in existence right now. USVTL, thank you for the 33 months. Not sure how I get up here. What are these robots?
All raiders, we have Ark on screen. 5 minutes left. Go find a way.
I don't really want to fight this guy. Might just wait for him to leave. I don't know. I'm shocked that guy didn't see me. Maybe he did. Oh God. All right. Horizontal grip. Mm-mm. Oh wait, I could have sold. I don't have.
Orientation briefing begins every hour. Miss it twice. Get stuck with sanitation chores.
Wait, where's all the? Actually, maybe I should. I probably should have kept that for the band. I just don't know what to sell, man. So rough. Find myself hoarding everything and anything. Surely the diving. Oh, who knows? Maybe you do need the diving goggles. My cock is level 4. I'm trying to get the supplies for him. I need 8 more mushrooms. No way you need those goggles. Hey, you never know.
Alright, let's see, did it start?
You can dismantle some stuff for
Oh, there's
batteries
a,
too.
There's a probe event on Buried City. You can try and do the probe thing too. I don't know if Buried City's a good one for it though. It's a very small map.
I don't remember what you can salvage into the batteries. Probably some kind of battery, eh? Radio? Power bank? Surely that's batteries. I can't wait till I need those power banks. I mean, the thing is, all of my things are at level 2, and we have them all marked, so... Oh, maybe the chargers. Oh, you get the voltage converters from that. I need to get more of this, like, durable cloth. Oh yeah, you can craft it. Forgot about that. It's the refinery, I think, right? I wonder what these used to craft components. Oh. Maybe I shouldn't be selling those. Well, you get them from the probes anyways.
I need to start paying attention to outfits, dude. That's great.
The what? Outfits?
I was just PvPing this guy like right off spawn rip, right? And then I like 4 smokes got thrown out, so I was just like lost in the blender, right, of what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
And then I shoot and kill a dude, and I'm like, yeah, I won.
Different
It was
guy.
a different dude. I was like, oh my. I just
That's
like
funny.
had a 2v1 right there because I was not paying attention.
Come on in. Shani says she's been hearing
Oh wait, I
tremors,
can
but
buy
think it's just
batteries.
the rumbling stomachs.
It'd be nice if you could buy durable cloth, but you can't.
There's no way.
Oh, man, I'm tired. Being sick sucks. Kind of want to go like take a nap. What's up, Jason? I kind of want to play with like a group, to be honest, but I'm afraid I'm gonna like are you guys in chat still having issues queuing into the game? Like is it still scuffed? I don't want to like get stuck in the queue.
Oh my god.
Again.
I've been in this match 4 minutes and I've killed 3 people.
Okay, yeah. That's annoying. Well, the servers are just having issues right now. basically. All right. There's no more lush bloom. I'm kind of tempted just to run a free loadout and just like instantly run to the shrooms and then leave. But I guess I don't have a safe pocket, so that's kind of stupid. I'm just like, I'm not really trying to kill people. Like, okay, I gotta say, I feel like if you want to kill people in this game, you don't really want to like actually loot stuff. Like you just want to, because I don't know, I feel like looting stuff just puts you at a disadvantage where somebody's gonna hear you and then creep up on you and blast your ass. I just want to get the... There's traps and so many sound cues. Yeah, but like, what, should you set up traps anywhere you loot? Like, what do you mean, man? That seems a little unrealistic, eh? Okay, sorry. I'm like, I really need to get better at like getting into games faster.
Tells you in game if you completed it.
Yeah, well, you can check the logbook.
I didn't realize how much Great Maline is around the water here. Just
Yeah.
running past it all, I guess.
Need something?
Oh, did I still take the shotgun ammo? That's okay. Not a big deal.
Go to that location.
No, no zips. I haven't had any zips, just that one time. Probably fixed it.
How many points did you get for? Did it give you 3 stars?
Yeah, I had 4,500. Just check your logbook.
Well, no, I have 7,500. I just wonder if you got 3 stars from it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, it's 4,000 for 3 stars.
Oh, it's a set amount. Okay, I thought you like competed against everyone else on
No.
that thing. Okay, sweet. Alright, well, you wanna do the Leaper / damage arc probe 1 to 3 stars? Do a nighttime raid and...
Yeah, I don't. Well, the thing is, it's actually like it's might be. Well, in a duo, it's probably fine. In a trio, if you all attack it, you won't actually get enough damage. Like I'm at my PB is 3,600 on it from all the times I was fighting it in
Yeah.
trios. I'm just worried I'm gonna get stuck back in the fucking queue if I try to like team up again. I feel like the group queues are so scuffed right now.
I think you just have to. Yeah, I don't know. Just not rush it.
Opium. I don't have a defib, man. I'm sorry. Otherwise, I would. But you know, at least I.
Fucking camper, I swear.
You know, I killed him for you. I'm sorry, buddy. Better luck next time.
Whatever, man.
Bro, hit him with the see you next league. That's crazy.
I mean, I don't feel bad necessarily. Oh wait, did he have a Stitcher 4? Oh, those were. What do you mean were those bots, bruh? He was talking. What do you think the
no.
bots in this game talk?
We could just aggro together.
Where the heck is that metal walkway with the basket? Oh wait, maybe the basket isn't guaranteed. Oh yeah, it's not here. Damn it. I hate having a light shield, I'm not gonna lie. Can I make defibs? No.
Well, it's popping off in water treatment.
Yeah, we don't have Lush Bloom right now, sadly. I was farming it before, but sadly it ended. Well, oh, what the heck? There's 15 minutes left in... Oh, wait, never mind. I'm blind. I thought it said 50. No, that I was looking at the swamp lift. Oops.
Oh, I missed the extract. No.
Where's the scrapyard? Over there. Broken down vehicles. Yeah, I don't know where that is. I don't think that's marked on the map. And then cylindrical containers. I wonder, are they all like close? Maybe wreckage is the broken down vehicles?
Stuck leaper here. Oh no, it's not stuck anymore.
I don't know where the containers are though. It's all in the scrapyard? Oh really? Okay.
Let's go to the domes.
Oh, what? I'm so confused.
And the tumbleweeds really look like players sometimes, dude. It fucks me up, man. It's so dumb that you can't change the out. It actually pisses me off, I'm not gonna lie. Honestly, dude, I might just go and just Just
Oh,
go
Gabriel's
again.
in Volcano. No.
This is security. Got your call. Everything looks good, so I'm sending the elevator. Stand by.
I mean, I don't have that much, but I kind of want to just drop this combat MK and all these shields and bandages.
How many mushrooms you missing?
8.
Stand by.
Not great. Smokes kind of suck, chat. I feel like it didn't do anything. Oh shit. What the fuck? Where the hell did... Where did that guy come from? The regular smokes do more. Oh yeah, the blue ones. Yeah, that makes sense. Alright, well that was nice, honestly. We got a ton of, like, getting all those shield chargers and herbal bandages is actually pretty nice. And I like the looter, but I feel like the combat one is just... The blue shield is just too damn good. That was you? Oh yeah? Can you find mushrooms on Spaceport? Yeah, there's no limit. Yeah, I just don't know where the baskets spawn exactly. I think the baskets are way more common when you're on the Lush Bloom. Whatever it's called. Maybe let's go try to do the quest. Oh, actually... Guess we can go to the domes. I feel like people are always here. Though maybe it's less likely for people to be at the domes now that... Now that the Lush Bloom isn't on. fucking me up. People are saying there could be shrooms here, but no way. No, dude, I hate this fucking enemy. It is so... Now I get ganked by robots and somebody comes and fucking kills me. Oh wait, they didn't aggro? Well, I didn't know that could happen. Well, that's good.
Let's go to water treatment control.
Wait, so where are the mushrooms that you found on Hydrodome?
So you know the two big domes? There's the one that has the pool with the water in it. And there's like 3 great Malign spawns.
Yeah.
So that one, I found 3 mushroom spawns in the water.
Oh.
And then it's kind of hard to explain, but there's just outside of one of those domes to the right, like almost where the edge of the red like high loot zone is, there's a downed tree, and I was consistently pulling one off that one too.
There's a player here. Can't tell where he is. I could have killed that guy, dude. I just... Can't fucking see anything. I am the bush. Alright, well, I think he ran away. I don't really know. Bush gameplay. Oh yeah. Dude, I could have killed that guy. I just don't know. Guy aggro.
Trying to think of where leapers are on Dam. I remember there's the one that like extract camps. I don't know where to fight that because it's like wide open. Maybe there's a building.
Alright, dude, I don't know what I'm doing, chat. I don't know what I'm doing. I should have killed that guy. I could have killed him probably.
Wait, this is crazy.
This is the problem in solo. It's like... What?
Looting MK3, the survivor variant, if you don't move when you're downed, your HP will regen to 75%, so you can't time out.
Oh, that's cool. Hallway to my south. On the walls, pipes. Wait, are you talking about the water treatment center that I pinged? Because yeah, that's why I'm going here. Thought I heard somebody. I haven't looted frickin' anything, man. Oh, is that a mushroom? So what is it on these pipes here? Sorry, buddy. This camera. Have anything else worth grabbing? The big pipe? Like, oh, this pipe? Wait, I didn't load this thing? Sorry, buddy. Ooh, light ammo. I actually need more of that. Fuck. Do I have any arc power cores?
Need to find a second leaper.
Do the ticks have the cells? No. Oh, whatever.
That guy griefed me, dude. Some guy started throwing grenades at my leaper.
Why are people getting salty for killing the PvP game? Yeah, it's just...
Let's head home at the Baron's hatch.
Wait, I didn't bring a hatch key.
Head home at the central swamp lift. Over there. There. Let's head home at the central swamp lift. Danger. Over there.
Danger?
Okay, security here. I got your call. Stand by. I'm sending the elevator.
One mushroom. Fog. I guess I'll keep the gun parts. I don't know, this wasn't that great of a run, to be honest, but... I feel like getting the mushrooms here is just awful. Unless you're on... Oh. No, there's a dead guy there. Shit. Yeah, I'm down to play, Kyle. Kyle's a fucking gamer. Alright, we're playing with my brother, chat. Dude, he's actually cracked at this game. We played the playtest and he was just like freaking 1v3ing people. Well, hopefully the servers don't get fucked, but I'm down to try. Oh, you're downloading the game? Oh, okay. Maybe I'll bring in a weapon for Kyle then.
Tonight's soup looks the
I don't know how big this game is. Like, how long does it take to download it? So, I don't know if you're still here, Kyle, but the servers are kind of cooked right now, so we can try to play together, but there might be issues. For some reason, like, only solos. It seems like only solos are, like, working properly right now.
Oh, I did it. That was pretty easy. It's just 2 leapers and you just cheese them on a night raid.
Oh, nice. You had to do 2? Really?
Yeah, well, it might have been 1, but the freaking, like I said, the guy
Oh
started
yeah, the
throwing nades
guy.
at my first
Yeah,
one.
I see. All right, yeah, I'll play one then.
Oh my god, I used so much ammo for that. Like 80 heavy shots and over 100 light to kill 2.
One blue smoke. Alright, I think we just go with this. I guess we can make the underbarrel attachments too. I'm so bad at the menus in this game. Oh my goodness. I want to try to get, Dude, I need to get the refinery to level 3 so I can make these power rods. Because these things apparently open up a door in the dam, which gives super good shit. But I need 6 freaking bombardier cells. I guess if you want to kill bombardiers, the best way is to probably bring wolf packs. I guess. The grenade launcher. Oh yeah, you can actually buy that, can't you? A hole cracker. I should probably... Oh wait, this thing resets in 18 minutes. I'm gonna buy it.
To defend myself.
What should I sell? Actually wait, I had some treasures. Hold on. We don't need lemons anymore either. I don't want to go for the probes. See if I can hit all of them in one run. Hit enough in one run.
Oh my god, all that for a photoelectric cloak drop.
Yeah. And get epic weapons. Have
I
you
mean, I
been
got
buying
an
the
epic
hole
weapon. I want
crackers?
the blueprint. I have 2 of them.
Okay. Yeah, I just bought one. The timer was gonna reset in like 15 minutes.
Yeah, the It's definitely worth running them for if we want to do a queen run today.
Yeah.
3
Or
Hullcracker and a bunch of wolf packs.
they were saying it's good if you want to kill the bombardiers too.
Yeah.
But I guess you're putting yourself in the purple lobbies if that's actually a thing.
This is Shani. I've identified
This
the
map
places
is pretty
most likely
small
to give us
though.
a clean signal.
I
Place
don't
the
know if
LiDAR
I don't know if I
scanners there.
like the
And don't fall
probes on
down,
this map
Raider.
actually.
Take the sinkhole metro entrance.
Dude, my scrappy little 5's turning out too much. Too much.
I want to make a flute chat and just run around and gather an army. I don't need an army, it would just be fun. Creds pack that has like 3 of them. I'm not sure. I'm gonna go around the outskirts. This guy probably has a free loadout. Yeah. Yeah. It's a defib. Interesting. Somebody's extracting already? Huh? Someone found big loot and is not risking it? Yeah. Probably on a free loadout, if I had to guess.
Yeah, I honestly just want to do a queen run today so I can go ahead and get rid of...
Wolf packs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's like 10 inventory slots.
Yeah, it's really stupid that it takes up so much.
I would take like a 3 stack. I would be happy with the 3 stack.
That was close. What? What is fucking happening? I want to kill this guy, but
Friendly!
all right, I'll let you. Yeah, I'm sorry, buddy. Oh, he's dead. Actually, you know what? No. Hold on. Don't die. Don't die yet. Oh God, wait. There's so many robots. I was gonna try to defib him, actually. Fuck off. You still alive? Oh, here. You know, I'm feeling nice.
Thank you, bro. Thank you.
No problem, buddy.
I'm trying to do this mission where I gotta go to a western building by Southern Station. You know where that is?
Western building by Southern Station. Honestly, I'm not sure. Is that like one of the early quests?
Nah, it's pretty in there. It's
Okay.
a roof terrace.
Yeah, no, I don't think I've done that one yet.
Alright.
Yeah, good luck, bud. Sorry I shot you in the face.
Yep.
No problem, man.
What was that? A shotgun?
It was just a Pharaoh.
Jesus.
Yeah.
That thing took like 3/4 of my health. Okay.
Yeah, it might have been a
Thanks.
headshot. Yeah, good luck, man. Wait, where did this guy die? Did he crawl away? Wait, I think I just saw him. Wait, never mind. Where the fuck did that guy go that I killed, man? Shit. The thing is, I didn't knock him out, did I? I'm scared. There's a lot of treasure you could find here, although it's much better at night, to be fair, but... I still want to find that dead guy I killed, dude. Cause that guy I killed, I'm pretty sure he had a blue shield, because he was like pretty tanky. Maybe we can scope him out from up here. Where could this guy have crawled? God, dude. Down the stairs. There. Yeah, maybe. Fuck, dude. Somebody's... I kinda wanna just ditch, but I wanna check that body, dude. I need to, like, clear up space, though, if I'm gonna do that. I could probably blast this guy when he... Guy's got a ton of robots on him. You fucker. Can I smoke it and loot it, you think? You think that'll work, chat? I don't know. Should I just leave? Why do I have my melee weapon out, dude? Oh. Get down, dude! How do I keep fucking taking out my fucking melee weapon? I feel like I'm greeting too hard right now, chat. The fuck out of here. Oh. God, that scared the shit out of me when that guy started shooting me there. Man. Holy crap. Yeah, that was scary. Hey, 2 spotter relays though. That's a lot of money. We got a key. Bro, this guy had a legendary attachment on his rattler? What the fuck?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Huh?
Wait, what's it's a buttstock. What's the stats compared to the epic?
A kinetic converter. Damn. What in the world? Okay then. Also had a freaking Bettina. Well, that guy made me poop my pants. That was horrifying.
Maybe you found it in raid and just threw it on, but
Yeah, probably. I doubt he would have brought it in.
I would have butted it.
Yeah, I think he... Oh, I don't think he had a free loadout, but... That was bold of that guy to, like... I'm surprised... The thing is, why would he be camping if... Like, if he found that, you'd think he would have just wanted to leave, no?
I don't know. Some people don't have deer fear.
Yeah, that's true. True.
What's your best, what's your best...
Yeah, Red Marion. That's true. The funny thing is, I know about that spot too, but I just didn't check it.
What's your best score on the tick thing?
Oh, it's not very good.
I'm trying to think of where I ever find a lot of ticks. Like, there's a decent amount in the buildings on map 2, but it's not a lot. It's like 4.
Yeah.
Oh, you got worse than me.
Yeah. The probes is also really hard, honestly. Especially because you're just such a freaking sitting duck when you open it.
We have 7 hours till refresh. I wanna try and knock these out, but I can't.
Yeah.
do it. I googled the tick farm and I like.
It's my karmic reward for being nice to the other guy. Is it worth like repairing guns that are fully broken, chat? Or do you think it's better just to salvage them? Or recycle?
Oh, it's Queen right now on Dam.
Oh, my mic's muted. Do you guys think Oh wait, no, it's not muted. Wait, did you guys hear what I asked? Yeah, I got to keep the legendary attachment. It's just on this gun.
Let's see if I know any on the
Okay.
Clifford, maybe.
I thought I was muted. The tutorial is really quick. I need to get some more water. Dude, my stash is just... Oh, it's full. It's full again. I can make green stocks now. That's nice. What's up, Spicy? Yeah, I'm down. Well, oh shit, now this is awkward. Well, to be fair, I talked to you. I talked about playing with you first. My brother was also hitting me up to play, but he has a second person with him. Kyle, do you want to like join? Do you want to like join us in RE4 for a little bit? Oh, are you gonna stream? Yo, Vampirism, thank you for the 15 months. Are you doing the Giga Toxic rando now? Yeah, well, that's fine then. I mean, if you want to do RE4 for a bit, I can play with Kyle and his friend. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, Mitch is still stuck in queue. Wait, are you even in the game, Spicy? Because the servers are like cooked right now, by the way. You didn't know that? Okay. Yeah, honestly, it might be better for you to play later anyways, after the servers chill out a bit. Because, yeah, there's like queues and the team matchmaking is really, really scuffed. Turn down the enemy respawn chance from 30% because it's insane when you have more than one respawn. Yeah, it's... The respawns are really messed up. It's funny because, like, you can basically screw yourself if you kill a bunch of enemies at once and then all of a sudden there's like a Verdugo and a cow and a JJ, like all these like super cancer enemies spawning at the same time. Good luck. Alright, I'm gonna get some water, chat. What's your sickness? I think I have a cold or something. My throat's just fucked. Just not feeling 100%. Alright, I'm gonna go get some water. I'll be right back. Salad, you really like losing your runs, don't you? Hey, Pink Stripes, thank you for the 32 months. I mean, Mendez Hill is like, the thing is, I feel like it's not even like skill based. It's just, oh, you got Garradors? Well, you lose. This is super lame. And it's not like you can even kill the Garradors, because when they die, they swing around for like 15 seconds straight. I don't know, you say that it's free, but like, dude, I feel like Garradors are just insta-death on Mendez Hill. Most of the time. I really feel like that's the only enemy that is just bullshit. So are you in the game, Kyle? Oh wait, he's in a solo game. What the heck? What the heck? Oh, you're still in the tutorial. Really? Maybe the tutorial is longer than I remember. We'll get to chapter 8 in like 2 hours, true.
Like, he tried to call me and I was like, oh, I'm gonna call with Mitch, like, what's up? And he was like, add me. I'm like, I don't know how. Was hopping Justy.
Oh, you want me to hop on? Holy shit. Wait, what is going on? Are you still in the tutorial, Kyle? Can he even hear me? Why can I hear him? You're like open, press Z, Kyle.
Dude, I looked this up, like trying to find a good tick bomb, right? And this guy just circled every single indoor building. You can't make some of these guides out.
Alright, maybe that worked. What the heck? I gotta say, I like the Pharaoh Kettle combination, but having to switch your weapon, I feel like, I don't know, just that small amount of time where you have to switch your weapon can get you killed. It depends, like, if you have cover though. I feel like if you crack somebody and then you get behind cover and switch weapon and then finish them, it's okay. But that's why so many people run Anvil. Yeah. It is so good. Yeah, I like the Pharaoh. It would be nice if you could get an attachment to make it like 2 bullets, but I mean, it's a bolt action rifle, so. Or break action, I guess the game calls it. All right, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go. See if I can play with my brother, and I'm probably gonna get stuck in the queue. So
Alright.
I'm gonna hop off Discord for a little bit, but I'm down to play some later tonight, probably.
Yep, yep.
All right, sounds good, man. Good luck, dude. What's up? You
What's
guys-
up?
Okay. Oh, you're so quiet. You like away from the mic or something?
No, dude, I'm like right next to my mic.
Okay, I gotta like.
You guys might have to run around without me. I've been in queue for a minute.
How long have you been in the queue for?
7 minutes now.
Okay, honestly, I think sometimes it bugs out, and it's better just to like close it and then press like
Okay.
stop running on Steam and.
Okay.
And if you don't connect in like a few minutes, just keep doing that, because I was stuck in the queue for like 20 minutes, and then I restarted it and I got in just a few minutes.
Okay.
I was gonna say, I mean, I got in pretty quickly, so.
Yeah, I think it's just like getting stuck for some reason.
I mean,
Have you
we'll
played
see if we
much?
can even no,
I haven't played like this style of game
Okay,
either,
you guys
so
both.
I can be bait for you guys.
No, you'll be good, man. Yeah, you've been playing quite a bit, Chris. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like almost level 30. Oh, I am level 30. Yeah,
Damn.
I'm kind of addicted. Game's fun.
As you should.
Yeah, no, I mean, I enjoyed the playtest a lot.
I didn't like it as much in the playtest. Like, I mean, not that it's bad or anything, but like, I don't know. The playtest was pretty like limited.
Yeah. Oh no, I mean, I feel like the game's like a lot more forgiving than, you know, it's like I put like I put like 1,000 hours into Tarkov, and that game is just absolutely brutal.
What's different about it? Like in what regard? As a scrub.
Just really hard
Well, I mean-
to like understand what is valuable in that game, and then on top of that, just there's just so many like complex mechanics, and this game just doesn't explain anything to you.
Yeah, Tarkov just got like too realistic, honestly. Like it was fun for a while, but then like they just like kept patching the game over and over again to like make it like almost less fun, and I'm just like I don't even want to play it anymore.
Is the Discord audio okay, chat? Are they too loud? Is it alright? Okay. Well, maybe we should just run a duo. I mean, maybe we just run a duo while we wait for Mitch, I guess, Kyle?
Yeah, we can play one. You're gonna have to kind of like advise me. I mean, I feel like in the play, like in the playtest, like I was just kind of like looting everything, and like I'm just like,
Yeah.
oh, whatever. Like I'm just gonna fill up my backpack, but I'm not sure like what's like valuable or not. I mean, I haven't played the full game yet, so.
Yeah, I can. I mean, I'm not even that sure myself. A lot of people are still figuring stuff out.
30 hours in?
Yeah, dude, I mean, there's like a lot of really good loot spots. Like, I just learned there's like one of the benches, you can upgrade it to level 3, and then you can make an item that opens a door, but the item doesn't even say that it opens a door, but apparently there's like really good loot there. So it's just shit like that, you know?
I see, yeah.
People are gonna figure out like how to get the most stuff each run.
Right. Well, already up. I'm gonna grab a water. Give me 1 second.
All right. I'll bring a defib.
Do anything for Halloween this?
Nah, I ended up just What did I even do on Halloween? I was just playing all sorts of random stuff.
Nice.
What about you?
I didn't do anything. The previous weekend I went to a show and I was like still exhausted from that, so I stayed in.
I'm gonna bring Kyle a
Don't
gun.
stand.
I can.
Oh. I didn't even notice. We kind of like took over Justin's server because Dorder and Alex are they like hopped on the other call.
Alright, I gotta give Kyle good equipment so he can slay. Do you have like anything, Kyle?
I mean, just like the default stuff.
Do you start with like a green kit? A green augment?
Yeah,
at
I
the
start with
top
3 of
left
them
of your
actually. Yeah,
equipment. Okay.
looting, combat, or 2 combat, 1 looting.
Gotcha. Can I bring him a blue shield, chat?
You know, I feel like I tried that.
You can't
when we
bring
were
the
in the playtest.
augment, but I think you can
When-
bring a shield.
I could have sworn in the playtest I tried to put on a blue shield and it said I couldn't.
Well, but that's based on your augment. So you need a combat augment to use
Oh,
the
okay.
blue shields. Yeah.
I see.
But you can't switch your augment. So yeah, bring a combat augment. I'm gonna bring some stuff for you. Just why not?
Oh, okay. I gotta. Yeah.
I'm hooking him up.
Alright. I got a green combat augment.
Do you have shield chargers? How many of those do you have?
Mm.
What do you start with? Like in your quick use?
I mean, yeah, I got 4 shield rechargers, 5 bandages.
Okay. Cool.
How do you split items?
You like double alt click it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got 3 bandages, 3 chargers, 3 grenades.
Alright. Let's see if this works. So the thing that's really stupid about duos is that you go up against 3 people most of the time. It's not.
I mean, I'm pretty used to that. I mean,
Yeah.
Tarkov was the exact same way. You would play solo, and there weren't solo lobbies. Like, you would be solo,
Yeah.
and you could like run into like a group of like 4 people. So.
Well, it's good you're used to it.
I feel like you gassed me up a little bit too much. Now I'm nervous.
I mean, we could just chill, play it safe.
Yeah. Get my feet wet.
Alright, take all of this.
A fucking firewall just popped up.
Oh, yeah.
That's Fledge.
Yeah, put that blue shield on.
Yeah, I can.
You'll have to reshield though.
Yeah,
I think a little bit. Although you're getting some of it.
Yeah. I was like, almost instantly, my backpack's already full.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of rough. You get the blue one. Oh yeah, you can also, I mean, you can crank up your gamma in this game.
Oh, is that what you do?
Here, so type in your Windows search bar, type gamma.
Okay.
And then just click the thing that pops up.
In the control panel?
Let me see what it should say calibrate display color when you search it in the Windows bar.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I do see that.
Yeah, so click that. Yeah. And then press next a bunch until you get to the picture with like a slider. Like a square and like a slider on the left.
Okay.
Then you can just crank that up.
Gotcha.
See how big of a difference it makes. It's so stupid. I really hope they fix it. Okay.
Yeah, for you guys, when you were in the queue, was it in the the launcher was like the longest part of it, or once it was like in game and then trying to join as well? Or both?
Yeah, no, like once it launches, like you won't get stuck anymore. There's just when it's like if it says you're in queue for a while, I would just keep trying to restart it every like 2 or 3 minutes.
Alright. Doing my best over here, lads.
How many times do I have to? It's like calibrating like every. I mean, I have 3 monitors, so it's fucking.
Oh yeah, but that's weird. It only does it for my one.
All right. All right. Let's go.
Did it work?
Yeah.
Yeah, you like playing at daytime? So there is some pretty good loot at this Plaza Rosa place. Might be people there, but a lot of treasures.
Perfect.
Let's get you some money to start out. Watch out for that guy.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah, and you do run a lot faster if you holster. Like press H.
Okay, yeah.
Oh yeah, did the guns load themselves? Are they reloaded?
Yeah, they're reloaded. I mean, the kettle wasn't, but I reloaded it.
Been really quiet.
Yeah, we also sat in spawn for like
True.
a good few minutes, but
How many people are in the servers?
I think somebody was saying it's like 21 people.
Fair.
Oh yeah, so those balls, like one of the ball enemies, you want to wait until they open to shoot it.
Okay.
And then another one, you just shoot it right away.
I thought somebody was here. How do you change perspective?
It's X. Here, take this pillow. You're gonna need it.
A very comfortable pillow. Over here.
What's blood?
Oh, you also need this.
A dog collar.
Oh,
Put
yeah,
that in
yeah.
your safe pocket. You can use it to upgrade the chicken.
No shit. Okay.
Yeah, it's like the first upgrade for it.
I am over encumbered now.
Really?
Yeah. I still have
Yeah.
4 slots in my backpack too.
Oh. I guess the 2 guns is kind of rough early on.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's probably what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, you think I just dropped the Rattler?
Oh yeah, drop your starting guns. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
All right. Oops. Rip legs.
Ouchie.
So we can breach through here, and there's a ton of good loot.
Okay.
I did give him a lot. Yeah, the weapons weigh a lot, though. Now that he dropped the Rattler, I think it's not there.
Yeah, yeah, I'm good now.
Yeah, there's a ton of items on these, like, shelves in here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, just make sure to loot, like, these little cabinets.
Yeah.
A lot of good stuff.
Well, I'm full now. I'm not sure what to drop or what to pick up, to be honest.
Oh, shit, I just got a legendary. Hello.
Damn.
Snap hook. Oh, I got the grapple.
Yeah, you gave me the Pharaoh, right? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, just like one stack of ammo is generally enough. For like each
Yeah, I
gun,
was gonna say I got 2 stacks of medium and 1 light, so I could probably drop a stack.
We both have the same voice. Well, we are related after.
Why is the very comfortable pillow like a fucking uncommon?
The treasure.
Wild. I was looking over on your side, Mitch.
I just reset the game again.
God damn.
Yeah, I don't know, Chad, do you think it's better for him to just wait or to keep resetting? Honestly, don't know. And then we could check the other side. So, come here. Oh yeah, you can dodge with alt. Left alt.
Yeah, yeah.
Down there.
So...
Do you like rip legs again? No?
You can, if you press alt when you hit the ground, you can also roll and like negate the fall damage, but it only works if, as long as it's not like too high of a fall.
Gotcha.
Ooh. No globe. Yeah, dude, what is going on in this trios match? Like, actually. Oh, we got people close. Let's go upstairs.
I could have sworn I heard people close by, yeah.
Oh shit, wait, there's a turret here. Oh, this isn't good. Alright, I need to kill this thing.
I think these guys might push up on us.
There's a robot outside.
Yeah.
There's another pillow here.
Very comfortable pillow. Over here.
Very comfortable pillow.
Just so serious about it. I got a very comfortable pillow here, soldier.
I can't wait till I get my first one.
Yeah, he's been out there for a while.
The robot.
Yeah.
No fucking way, bro. In ball enemy.
What the fuck?
Is that just like a suicide bomber?
Yeah.
It's like a yeah, it's like fucking BB-28.
Oh yeah, Kyle, you can loot these guys.
How do people die up there?
Nah, there's some... You need the fireball burners. Wait, is that you? Oh yeah, that's you.
Yeah, no, I'm here. I don't know how to get over to that side, though.
You just gotta go up. Gotta go up first.
Got parts we can use in here.
Yeah, I see. It sounded like something was there. I don't know if it was like a robot or something, but...
Yeah, so loot this ball. Grab its fireball burner. And also grab this toaster.
Hey, a toaster. Here.
I guess I'll get rid of the coffee pot.
Sure. Yeah, grab that toaster.
Okay.
We can just extract in a minute if we want.
Yeah,
it's right next to us.
Yeah, I'm just... Oh, you can salvage. Probably do that. Yeah. All right.
And then there's
I am
one more ball
over
down
encumbered
there.
again, but
grab that burner down there.
All right. I'm so weak.
It's all right. Okay. So we gotta go. Oh, somebody's down there. We'll probably just wait for them to leave, I think.
Yeah.
Could try to push them.
I should
but
probably drop something.
You don't have... Yeah, you're too heavy.
Yeah.
Rubber ducky.
It wasn't the rubber. It wasn't the rubber duck that was keeping me over encumbered. I'll tell you that.
Oh, there's a player at the extract.
Raider, there.
We could... All right, you want to blast him with the Pharaoh? Get an angle. Get an angle. Get an angle.
All right, hang on. All right.
Raider.
He saw me. Wait, maybe not. Wait.
Yeah, no, I bomb.
All right.
Not sure if I hit him or not.
No, thank you. Yeah,
He ran.
Oh, there's another guy. We could try to go down to the extract. I don't know where the third one is, though.
Yeah. A bunch of fucking drones as well, patrolling.
I might wrap around from there.
I wouldn't be surprised. They probably want to fight
Or they
us.
might just run. I mean, I don't... Yeah, they don't... Hard to
I mean,
say.
they know exactly where we are. Yeah.
Oh, he's still peeking.
No shit.
Yeah.
I watched the tunnel.
Just want to leave,
What do you
man.
think? Yeah, right.
Let's go downstairs.
I mean, Yeah, do you think we just try to drop down and like?
We could, yeah. We just got to get on to closer here. So we could drop right here, and then what?
I thought I heard somebody use like a zip line or.
No, that
something.
was the enemy I killed. Sounds like that.
Oh, okay.
All right, let's just go. Fuck it.
Oh, on the roof.
Are you good? Wait, where are you, Kyle?
I mean, I'm still outside, but I'm good. I'm behind cover.
Okay. Are they pushing you?
I mean, no, I mean they know exactly where I am though.
Okay. Are you gonna be able to drop down?
Maybe.
All right, you gotta get down here.
I'm coming. I'm coming. Nice.
Still in the queue match?
Yeah, I'm hanging out. I'm here for moral support, fellas.
Yeah,
New York's just cursed, man.
Yeah, Codex is my brother.
Yeah, do you think it's like it's trying to connect to East Coast server? And
I have no idea, to be honest.
part of it?
I mean, it is kind of weird though, because I mean, I got in like pretty quickly.
It's fun by me to watch a couple games.
Do you put mostly everything in survival in skill?
Well,
tree?
so there's one skill at the very end called Security Breach that lets you open these like special lockers with really good loot.
Oh, yeah.
That's what like most people are doing, but I mean, all the trees are
I think
good,
even
I think.
Yeah, I mean, even in the play test, I think I'd put most of my points in survival. So.
Yeah, smokes are good in this game.
Man, those hatch keys are kind of expensive.
You can
At least for
craft them
me.
as well. Dude, the smokes in Battlefield
okay, I
are
see
so
that.
much better.
You need a dog collar to train the chicken?
Mm-hmm.
Very
Yeah,
nice. Right. And now I need lemons and apricots.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I definitely misplayed that. I didn't realize that the extraction was underground. I thought it was like right there. So like
Yeah,
that's
well-
why I was hanging out there for so long. And then like the dude, he like wrapped around on the building and he was like shooting me from the side, and I'm like, all right, I'm just gonna fucking run.
Yeah, I was surprised you yeah, they didn't like get you. Cause you were 3v1ing.
Dude, they threw like 15 grenades at me. Hey man, I lived up to it.
Yeah.
3v1 all day. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you guys can definitely start another one because I got into
You'll have to play the tutorial anyways, right?
game, but then in like the log queue.
Yeah, I mean the
so-
tutorial's not that long, honestly. It's probably closer to like 10 minutes or less, but
Well, where should we go, chat? All right, we're gonna go to different map. There's like this cool area I want to explore a little bit more.
Alright, yeah. I'm up for whatever.
Always room for more.
Oh yeah, so
Alright. Making my account, boys. We're on our way.
oh nice. Click all the benches, Kyle. And see, like, click the level up tab.
Yeah.
And then press track on like each individual one. Then it'll tell you what materials you need to like upgrade them.
Yeah.
Oh no. When I tried to create an account, it said failed and put me back into the queue.
Diabolical.
Glad my game hasn't crashed, chat.
I'll give it a few more, Ted.
I believe.
I need to get some dinner soon, guys. I'm freaking hungry. You killed the chat with your tobacco, Mickey. What have you done?
Okay, there we go. Fucking. Alright, now my main menu looks insane. Insanely bright. But...
Yeah. Oh,
I
yeah.
didn't do the.
So we're on a day map, so you might want to change it back.
Oh, okay. I am. Well, since I was calibrating it, but I was doing it on my other monitor, and it's like whatever I have, whenever I open up like the control panel, it's like whatever monitor I have it on, like it's the one that adjusts that.
So, oh yeah, I see.
Yeah.
Yo, Barb. Hey, thank you so much for the raid, man. What's going on, dude? What were you up to today?
So I was gonna say, I'm like kind of having a hard time seeing in this map. The last game.
Oh, so we joined a raid that's partway through.
Leaper, by the adorned wreckage.
Which is not great. I'm playing with
That's
my brother
kinda
right
shitty
now.
that that's
I'm
a thing.
very addicted to this game. No, Codex is my brother. Also, what's up, Jay? I seen you've been playing this game a lot.
What do you think?
I don't know. Oh, somebody just activated an cracked.
Yeah, I heard that.
Joining the raid late kind of sucks.
Yeah, no, I mean that's. Yeah, that's kinda
I
shitty,
actually
man.
don't really know where good loot is here. There's a bunch of fruit at the Olive Grove. We can go there for your quest.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying this game a lot, Barb.
Yeah, lemons and apricots.
I'm kind of like addicted to extraction games though. Like, I've played so much Dark and Darker. I don't know if you ever played that game.
God. I keep forgetting to put away my weapon. I'm
I
the one
wanna-
that preaches all the time in Battlefield 6. I'm like, pull out your knife, you run faster.
Well, we can go to the, you know, let's just work our way around the edge, and we can go to this spot. It's a really cool like area. Oh, also you can look for, there's like short little, I don't know, they're trees that look different, and you can kick them for fruit.
Interesting.
Am I interested in
Keep an eye
Helldivers?
out.
Yeah, I like Helldivers. I've actually played, I think Barb and I have done like 2 sponsors for Helldivers together, maybe like 3. I never really played
Alright,
Tarkov.
made it in. About to start the tutorial.
Barb's spoken highly of me.
Beautiful.
Oh. Well, thank you.
So how many slots is your backpack?
18.
Oh, no shit.
But you can get a looting one, which is like 26 slots. And the purple looting one is like
damn.
30 slots or something. It's kind of
Yeah, I
crazy.
need that.
Oh, there are.
Raider, there.
You want to shoot him? I need a shield. Oh shit! Wait, did a snitch see us? There's a guy wrapping around. We need to drop. We need to go back.
Yeah, no, I thought they threw something, but yeah,
He's
no, it's just
wrapping
drones
like
on us.
over here.
Yeah.
What was that? You?
No, that.
He's
Oh,
behind us.
Behind us.
Oh, you downed him. Nice. I'm gonna knock him out. I'm punching him. I don't want him to get rezzed. His teammates are definitely nearby, so shield up if you can.
Yeah, I'm going to. No, I've actually never shot this gun before. I thought it was just full auto. I realized it was semi-auto.
Do you have enough bandages?
Oh yeah. That should be good.
Maybe this guy was this. I dinked one. Oh, the other guy's on me. I think I downed one. The other guy might be alive. I don't know. I'm gonna crawl up. Oh no, he's still up.
Yeah, I know he's alive.
He's lit, but oh, he's pushing your left. He's going around. I'm pinging him. I have ping. Oh, nice try, dude.
He just naded me to death, man.
That was so close.
Fuck. I feel like I hit him quite a few times as well, but he
Yeah.
healed up, so.
Oh, are they getting third-partied? Oh no. They're just
Not sure.
shooting robots. Dang, that was a good try. We almost had them. 2v3.
Yeah, no, dude. Yeah, it was close, man. I kind of fucked up, honestly. I probably shouldn't have won the building. When you said he was wrapping around to the left, I should have won like around the building.
I mean, it's all good. I got a shot on this guy, but they both were like right next to each other, so they just mowed me down.
Yeah.
Dang it, chat. That was a good
Well,
try.
Close to a 1v3.
Yeah.
Almost there.
Dude, I'm surprised that guy didn't die, though. I feel like I lit him up so much. He had like 1 million grenades, too. Oh, chat. Yeah, thank you again for the raid, Barb.
Can I just bring like a rattler?
Yeah, just bring whatever you want. You can also do a free loadout.
Oh yeah, I forgot that was a thing.
What a shame. We would have been up so much. Yeah, I mean, the quests are mainly just for that, yeah. For like items and blueprints and whatnot.
Alright. You just want to wait for Mitch? I mean, it should probably just be like a couple minutes.
Sure. No worries.
For sure. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick.
I think maybe, I don't know. It doesn't matter. I probably should have waited to shoot that guy when I saw him, or like I should have like camped in a bush. I feel like I should have just camped in a bush and used Kyle as like bait. Like Kyle could have just stayed at the building and I could have just baited him. Like shoot, I don't know. I feel like I kind of threw by shooting that guy.
Hey, what is it?
Is there anything else I want? Smoke grenades, I guess. How much does it cost to make these grenades? They're pretty. Too bad. That should be good. Oh hey, Dwalin! Thank you so much for the sub, man. The point of doing... Huh? You raged at getting the lemons.
How's the tutorial going, Mitch?
I just got past the extraction setting, so I think I'm ready to go.
Oh, nice.
I might need to add you as a friend on
I think
Steam.
Yeah, I can't invite him.
I mean, we could also have you host, but I can just add you.
You need to know my
Yeah, just post your like Steam friend code. Other quests in this game that don't involve collecting fruits or vegetables.
It's hilarious. Are there
Yes.
quests in this game that don't involve?
A lot of it is collecting fruit and vegetables.
Alright, I just put my code in the Discord server, and I'm locked in, ready to go.
Alright, I sent you an invite. Or a friend request.
Alright.
Honestly, like, even having the gamma all the way up on, like, a daytime map isn't... It's really not that noticeable.
No, it's not too bad. Maybe I should bring an anvil chat. They all have such low durability, it's... very annoying.
No, I can't see your beautiful face. Do you make, like, a regular-looking character, or did you go with something, like, diabolical?
Yeah, no, I'm just like an old guy.
Nice. Honestly, I wish that I just went with the same thing that I had in the playtest. That dude was... that was an ugly man. Goddamn, Chris, you hoarding guns on us?
Mm-hmm. Alright, I'm gonna bring an anvil, chat. No more goofing around, dude. I bet it, I bet if I had an anvil, I would have killed that
You
guy.
gotta, like, manually turn in quests.
Or maybe, I might have killed him if I just spammed him with the kettle.
Arc alloy, 6 wires, 1 battery.
Oh, okay.
Alright. Inviting you, Mitch. Oh my god, it's happening.
Alright. Squad's ready to go. If you guys seen Andor, I forgot the dude's name. But the museum collector dude.
I never watched Andor.
It's pretty good.
I'm feeling okay. Not great. I don't want to go take like a nap, honestly.
So how do I get the free loadout? Do I just
when you ready
is
up?
It like after I ready up? Yeah.
Yeah, it's like during the when you ready up at the top. You can just click like free.
Gotcha.
All right, yeah. What should I bring in?
I mean, if they're using free loadout
You
though,
ran
maybe I
this through
shouldn't.
Kyle.
No.
My free loadout.
Okay, I'll bring it anyway.
Oh, you can't even see what your free loadout is.
No, it's random. Which gun you get?
Let's see.
I don't know. Do I bring the anvil? Ah, fuck it.
No,
why
if you
not?
just bring
I have
nothing,
I have a
okay.
million of
I'm
them
gonna do that
anyways.
as well.
No.
Sounds like a plan.
Maybe I shouldn't have taken them.
What are you sick with, by the way, Chris? Or are you just?
I just have
kinda
like a
under the
cold. I
weather?
think.
Gotcha.
It's so hot in my room, dude.
Have you had any games where you like ran into people and they were like actually friendly?
In solo, it happens. I don't think I've ever seen it in. There was one time we extracted with like another team. That was it. Mitch, you don't have a shield.
Don't shoot!
Yeah, you do not have a shield. That's very unlucky. I mean, you
Wait,
got
no.
a loadout, right?
What did you do?
Yeah.
Did
I
you?
clicked free loadout.
Can you
Maybe
equip it?
not.
You have nothing?
I don't think that's right.
Yeah.
You should have definitely had one.
I'm just playing hard mode, guys.
Yeah. Just follow us.
Well, there's a really good spot we can loot in the departure building. We're probably gonna run into a team though. And Mitch is gonna get one tapped.
I'm gonna fight him with my hands.
I almost had a 1v3 last game, so I think we're good.
I think I'm going in 0v3. Wait, how did you?
You're
I
fast.
thought you were
though.
just supposed to take everything out of the, like going in, and then that is considered a free loadout.
No. You there was a tab at the top, like after you readied up. There's a tab that literally
If only
says
Mitch
free
listened
loadout.
to me. If only he
Yeah,
had
no,
listened.
I was trying
Very,
my best
very,
to just
very
get into the game.
Very selective hearing.
Oh yeah. Also, you like stand out like a sore thumb with your flashlights on. So here, follow me. There's a really good loot spot here. Yeah, come in here.
Myself some great Moulin.
Yeah, we gotta find this man a gun.
I'll take a knife or anything.
Bro, he literally has nothing. And you can press 3 at least. And use your melee weapon.
Was that Mitch be the decoy? He just like runs out, fucking.
I can give
wing
him my
with the knife.
grenades. He'll be the frickin' bombardier.
Alright, I got a light shield.
That's good. Actually, you know what? No. I'll give you here. Take my gun. I have a gun I can give you.
Very generous of you, lad. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Just it's not that much ammo, so just keep it for like if we run into people. They will fear the naked grenade, man.
I think that's
All right.
everything.
Yeah. Yeah, if you come here solo, it's like really nice.
I feel like I just saw somebody's flashlight across the way.
Sometimes the bots can have like lights too, but
Yeah, it might have been a bot. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Oh, it's one of those fucking rolling
The Roomba?
balls. Yeah. Do those do a lot of damage?
what, the grenades?
No, like the
Oh, the bots?
like yeah, like the rolling robot.
If they
the
explode
one that,
on
like,
you, it does
explodes.
like your entire shield and half your health.
Damn.
Yeah, it's not great.
Damn it. Full already.
Yeah. It's kind of rough until you get like the better.
Yeah, that window's close, guy.
Oh, here you go, Kyle. Take this toaster.
Listen, Toaster, here.
Toaster here.
Much obliged. Oh, fucking well, do I even need dog collars anymore? Yeah, I'm gonna grab it.
Mitch
anyways.
needs it.
Oh, yeah, Mitch. In here.
What are you guys doing to me? Putting a collar on me?
No, you need it for an upgrade. I thought Chris was fucking with me actually when we were playing at first. He was like, "Oh, you gotta grab this."
Alright.
A lot of BB-28s here. There was
Oh,
another
yeah,
one.
so this is like the med area. There's a good amount of stuff to grab here.
It's like the one thing, like I don't know, like what's like valuable or not. Like,
Yeah.
should I just drop like common things? I guess. I mean,
Yeah, common stuff isn't that great. But like the parts are useful. Oh, here, you guys also need this thing.
Cracked bioscanner, here.
Did I get any fat loot today? Not quite.
The hell is that noise? Alright. Oh, my bag is full. It's
yeah.
Oh, here, Mitch, take these.
Hey, shield recharger,
Alright,
over here.
So got one bandage for you.
Hey, a bandage.
Yeah, that's all I need.
Huge.
Okay, so we can drop down here. Let's go to the tunnel.
Let's do it.
Press Alt when you hit the ground. Nice.
Hell yeah, dude.
Oh lord.
That.
We're just gonna run past it. Yeah, let's just go in the tunnels.
Is somebody shooting at him?
No, that was
it's probably the bot.
Oh, it's one of the robots chasing after us.
Fall back. Don't fight it. Is it? I think it went back up, yeah.
Somebody's here. Oh my god.
Oh!
Oh my god.
Are you guys down? Where'd y'all
No,
go?
we're okay.
No,
Just
we ran.
Hold the fort, Mitch.
Get up here. Well, we can't go out because the fucking... There's a demon out there.
Damn, they just... Oh. Oh my
they all
god.
have-
How did he
they
hit
all
me
have
with that
hard-hitting
nade?
rifles.
Maybe we run out. Let's
Yeah, I
just
don't know
go.
if we can fight these guys.
Alright, follow me. I think we go to the arrival building. Oh! Are you out of shield chargers, Kyle?
Yeah, I am.
Gotcha.
I have one if you want it.
Oh yeah, the arc power cells can be used to like charge your shields too. Yeah, you should give him that, Mitch.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you, man.
I did. His life is more valuable than mine.
Hey, you have a gun now, though. So, I mean,
Hell yeah.
yeah, no, I forgot to restock, so I only brought like 2 bandages and 2 shields, I think, with me.
How did they not kill me there when they caught me with my pants down? That was ridiculous. Like dude, I don't know how I didn't die there. Honestly, the blue shield saved me.
Oh, interesting. So if you do a free loadout, you don't get a like a
No
safe
safe
slot.
pocket, yeah.
Yeah. It's like pretty much playing as like as a scav in Tarkov.
Yep.
Ooh. They're gone.
Oh shit.
That
Is
is
that
close. No.
That's very close. Not at us, but it's like above us.
Yeah. I mean, if you guys are full, we can just try to get out. Like you guys need.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I mean I'm not against that. I mean,
all right, let's go out this way and just wrap around the edge.
Okay.
yeah, you can put your gun away. By the way, yeah, use H.
The freaking war going on in there.
Yeah, my guy needs to work on his cardio. Is there only a single extraction point?
No, there's two. On the night map, there's like less.
Oh, this other one is triggering.
Oh yeah, I think he sees us. Yeah, he does.
Oh yeah, so you want to shoot the back rotors. That's like the fastest way to kill them. At least for those ones, because they're armored. Oh my god, there's so many coming.
Oh god. Okay.
Okay.
That was fun.
Yeah, that was a little chaotic. Yeah, I don't get sniped here. Oh yeah, you want to grab like the drivers off the robots. They're needed for a few different things.
Oh, the Wasp driver, yeah.
Yeah,
I
you
got
need
the
like
Hornet.
Wasp and Hornet drivers for one of the quests.
Gotcha.
Alright, I'm dropping the bicycle pump. Determined it's not needed.
What the fuck?
Oh, that's another. We need to kill that like now. If we don't kill it,
Oh, is that
it'll
is that the
oh, we need to kill that one too.
snitch? Yeah.
All right, nice. I only have 8 ammo left. Oh, there's a player sniping you. I think,
Yeah,
Kyle.
yeah, no, there is.
Yeah, they're like 75.
Yeah.
And how
I
do we
think
even
they're-
like get past this wall? Got a zip line. Did any of you spawn with a zip line?
No, I did not.
Oh, yeah, turn
I
off your
spawned
flashlight, Mitch. People can see that from like a mile away. I actually don't know how to get through here.
Fucking, they just use one of the extracts.
Well, you can use it multiple times. I think we gotta go through
Yeah.
this building here. Kyle, here, take some of these.
Yeah. Thank you. Ah, fuck, I gotta drop some in.
What's up, Zanny?
Oh, there's more drones to our south.
Yeah.
You
we
guys
just gotta
have
get-
any heavy
we gotta
ammo,
get out of here.
by chance?
No, I did not.
No,
Okay, that's
I
fine.
got rid of it just because I didn't have a gun that used it.
Holy shit.
What the fuck, man?
Oh yeah, so every time that flare goes up, that's somebody dying or like getting downed.
Okay.
Can you only crouch?
That
Can't lay down.
Yeah, I don't think there's a prone.
This is
yeah,
horrible.
that extract looks like ultra fucked.
I mean, what, the only option is a wraparound left? What the hell is that?
Yeah, let's wrap around the side here. Oh, somebody just called it.
Oh, yeah, they did. Fuck, I only have 50 bullets.
I only have 25.
I mean, we could wait for them to leave and then take it afterwards. Or we could try to fight him, but we don't have much supplies.
Is this the south elevator?
Mm-hmm.
Is that for like one extraction and then it comes back online, or is it permanently?
What is that? Oh god.
Oh yeah.
Fuck, dude.
Let's just stay by this pipe here. Dude. Oh god, there's a snitch on us.
Fuck.
Okay, it didn't summon. Alright, they just... I think they're just leaving.
Oh, there's something fucking searching for us.
Well, I'm not here.
It's on me.
Okay. Oh, this is so bad.
Alright, I have no ammo.
Alright, let's go to the tunnel. We need to, like, reset. Problem is, I have no fucking ammo. Can I craft ammo?
I have 17 shots.
Alright, I pulled out my sledgehammer, I'm ready. Yeah, I'm out of that one too.
I think there might be ammo here.
God. This is where we were here earlier, yeah? No?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, this is where we were, right here. I think there might have been an ammo box over this way that I saw. Might be ammo in the locker. Oh. Well, I guess we just have to go back and
just go
hope for the best. Yeah. Maybe there's some ammo in these lockers. Oh, no, there's no lockers.
Oh no, that whole team is over on this side, so
yeah. I don't know. I guess yeah, we just gotta.
We really don't have much of a choice. I mean, let's be real here.
Fellas, it was nice knowing you.
We're gonna make it.
Yeah, we got this.
It's like Butch Cassidy when they just run out into the open at the end.
Oh, dude, that's a fucking classic, man. I have not. I remember watching that at your place, man. That's a fucking great movie.
It's so good.
Fucking Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid.
Alright, I got Lance's mixtape 5th edition, and it's super valuable, so we gotta make it, boys.
Okay. You guys can. Oh my god, somebody just activated it.
Oh god.
Should we push to talk and be like,
did I just?
boys?
Oh, I didn't even know I could do that. I knocked you
alright.
off the ladder.
This thing sounds awfully close.
I think we wait for them to leave. They're probably not friendly.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, we still got a few minutes.
Yeah, I guess I'll pull out my weapon just for intimidation factors.
Yeah, no, somebody comes over, you're like, hey, I got a gun.
They're
Like,
not
how
freaking
fucked?
closing it. Oh, they aggroed the Leaper. They're probably gonna... Oh my god, there's a Rocketeer looking at me. No
I don't even know what a Rocketeer is. I saw that Bombardier, and I was like, I don't want anything to do with that.
This is horrible, chat. Maybe I should have went to a daytime raid, dude. I don't know. This sucks. Dude.
Yeah, that's right above us.
Did they leave? Okay, I'm
Did
gonna...
you ride with it?
I'm gonna pull the lever in a sec. Just gotta wait for this guy to patrol. You guys can just stay there. We have to wait for it to open.
Yeah. Oh, I think... Oh, he's coming back. I think he sees you.
Just like lying, standing on your head.
Oh, we're...
Behind
We're
us?
cooked. Yeah. Yeah, no help. He's right there.
I literally only have a melee.
Yeah.
Oh, you
You
got
downed him. I mean, they're gonna res him, but... Man, if only I had ammo.
Dude, I was worried about that, but yeah, same here. I had no ammo. I was worried the whole time that somebody was gonna come up behind us.
Yeah.
We're talking shit. Do people do that in this game?
Alright. Well, that was rough.
What can you do?
That was rough. I don't know what we should have done. Like, should we... I don't know. I don't know what we should have done there.
I just learned what the safe pocket means. So I could have saved that mixtape.
Oh, yeah.
Oh
Well,
yeah, because
no, because you didn't...
No, he didn't go in with a free loadout.
Oh, he just had the augment.
He just went in with nothing.
Panic diplomacy would have worked. I don't know about that.
No, 100% then.
Those guys were shit-talking us as they killed us, so... I'm a little hesitant about that. Dude, where's all my metal parts?
Fabric.
What did I spend all my frickin' metal parts on? What the heck? Oh man, I wish we could have got out that raid, dude. Maybe I should just freeload out with them. No, it's not worth doing a freeload out. It's just so shitty, dude.
Can you have like as many quests activated? Or just one?
No, you can have multiple. Yes, make sure you put on an augment and a shield as well, and then like the quick use, that's for like bandages, stims, stuff like that.
You're stuck in the queue again? Oh no. Sorry, buddy.
What, I assume
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna go daytime because I feel like nighttime is way more sweaty. To be honest, I don't
Combat
think...
or looting. Honestly, I have a couple looting ones.
I don't think
they give you
going-
2 extra slots in your backpack.
Okay.
I don't think it's a good idea. Well,
And the combat, yeah, I mean, actually it takes away those 2 slots.
These living gun, they give me okay, I'm learning.
Do you usually just bring bandages and shields?
yeah, pretty much. Just some ammo.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring 2 stacks this time.
Need guns?
Yeah, we fought so many robots.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna take us to a daytime raid, and we can.
All right,
then we're not all gonna be stuck on one extraction.
Sounds good.
Yeah, that sucks, Cypher. I'm sorry, buddy. Hey, Dryminator. Thank you so much for the 4-year resub. Yeah, I don't know. The servers have been like really messed up today. I think they still are.
I think I have to like tone down my graphics a bit. I think I've been having some like lagging, stuttering.
Remember, you're looking
Yeah, everything's
for a
set to
first-wave
epic.
battle map. There might be junk around, but look for anything that stands out.
I need metal.
Oh, I got a blue.
Oh yeah, that's good to put in the safe pocket. Unless you have the free loadout.
Go to the power generation complex.
I'm not sure where we should. Kind of. The control tower has really good loot. We're definitely gonna fight people there though.
Now that I know how the game works.
Let's go to the power generation complex.
Yeah, and you have a gun and ammo.
Yeah, let's just go. Let's just go up here. What are all y'all in chat up to tonight? Are you guys also playing this game?
Yeah, they're pretty big. Honestly, I feel like I keep making comparisons to Tarkov, but like Tarkov was actually
Traffic jam.
But yeah, no, the maps in Tarkov were actually like they are pretty big, and I think like the most in the server is like 16, like maybe 20. Power rod for those.
Oh, this is where you use the.
Oh.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, no, no, I did not see that. Oh, there's a fucking another one.
Well.
What happened up here?
You might be able to loot the bots for like the power cells. I want to get these security lockers open, man.
Yeah, they do have. This one had a power cell at least.
I don't really know my way around this place, but I guess we can go to the other side.
Oh, you don't remember the entire layout of the whole tunnel? What the fuck, dude?
You voted him as our captain.
Yeah, this is that leads out.
I guess we can go down? Wait, what?
We're like,
Oh, this is where we started.
we did like a big circle. Very nice.
Apparently.
Fucking hell, let's get out of here, man. Oh, I
Yeah.
don't like the vibes of that place, man. Give me
Oh, we're
the
not even
heebie-jeebies.
in the complex anymore. Big aim. Music always that intense. Yeah, it's pretty intense a lot of the time.
God, is the Rattler like a fucking like math equation? Why does it take so long to reload?
Shotgun ammo in there?
Scared me.
Oh.
Oh.
That was scary.
You can come out this way. Oh, they went around.
Yeah, the front has like armor plating on it.
Yeah.
Do you want to shoot the
there's
backs?
another. Yeah, like sort of like its wings. Alright. I'm glad I brought 2 stacks of ammo.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Pharaoh's really good. It's like a bolt action. Like heavy, you want a heavy ammo gun for killing bots. Because it's, they just do a lot of damage. And they're very like good for ammo conservation.
Yeah, no, the first game when you gave me the Pharaoh, that's a good gun. Is there Is there like bullet drop, or if like people are running, do you have to kind of like lead your shot, or no?
Yeah. So like when the gun gets upgraded, it actually gets more bullet velocity, so you don't have to like lead it as much.
I see. But you kind of look like a Fallout character. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, if you guys want to extract, we can. If you want to loot a little bit more.
I mean, I'm pretty close to full, but I don't have anything like super nice, so maybe we could though.
Yeah, it's just taking fights is definitely like we could sneak up on them if we want.
Third party them.
Although there are bots going on the other side, so they might circle around this way.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they saw
Maybe
us.
Do I pull it?
Yeah, you can pull it. Oh, one of them shooting.
Oh, they're shooting at a bot. Yeah, they got bots on them. Oh no, I mean, they definitely know that we just called this, so. It seems like they're kind of dealing with.
I mean, we can push them. They're.
Dude, they're fucking like surrounded.
Let's push up. Let's push up.
Yeah.
Take the high ground.
Oh, they're in like a little.
Oh, is there like a little hut they're in?
There's a grenade in there. Oh, I downed one. I downed one. We can push. We can push. We can push. That's the. Don't shoot the guy that's downed as well. I'm pushing up. I'm pushing up. Oh, you down two. You down two.
The fucking bot
Third
is
one's
on
still
me.
probably down here. Just push down. Just push down. Push down.
Okay.
All right, punch those guys out. I don't know. I don't know if there's a third one. Just be on the lookout. I don't see anybody in here. All right. Well, you guys can loot up a bit. Keep an eye out.
Ooh, we had a medium shield.
Dude, that freaking.
I can't put it on though because I don't have the augment. Take it though.
Alright, yeah. Dude, that achievement just spoiled, like, actually helped. Wait, dude, that's kind of fucked up. Wait, actually, this is really stupid and really fucked up, but you could reset your Steam achievements every time you down somebody with a grenade, so you could use it to know if you, like, to push.
Yeah, I thought that was a grenade or something. Whatever you guys just dropped, just like rolled down the stairs like super slow. I was like, oh no.
Dude, I got an achievement when I threw that grenade, which that's how I knew I downed that guy. Wonder where the third guy is. Maybe he just extracted. We're gonna have to press the button again.
Yeah, I mean, he might be already dead too.
Yeah, maybe he died to the robots.
I didn't see a body, but I didn't really go like.
Alright, I'll press the button.
I mean, he might have just like dipped out and ran away.
Yeah.
They were like, oh, we got fucking 3 guys pushing us. He was like, all right, see ya.
I don't need the prickly pear. One of them do, which I guess I should have told them to grab it, but whatever. He's ready for the amount of tryharding in Tarkov. That's actually, like, kind of silly, though. Alright. Oh, wait, don't press the button yet.
No,
okay.
Yeah, no, I stopped.
People use quest progress to check for kills like that in Tarkov. That's funny. Dude, like knowing if you down somebody with a grenade is actually OP as hell. Alright, good job, gentlemen.
There we go.
Satisfying. I get the appeal of these style of games now.
Yeah, I feel like this. It's a little bit more like laid back too. Like you're not like constantly like fighting other people.
Yeah.
You know, like
depends where you go.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, I enjoy like the PvE as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the robots are.
Okay.
The AI is actually pretty good.
Oh, so with that collar, you level up the little chicken. I see.
Yeah.
You hear the flares going off when they're downed. Yeah, that's true. But I feel like when somebody's indoors, it's not as well. Yeah, you're right. I mean, you do get an audio cue, so I guess it really isn't that much of an advantage. You're right. Well, I'm going for survival just so I can loot the lockers because I'm a loot goblin.
The adrenaline shots aren't too expensive.
No, it's not too bad.
Step right in. No appointment.
God,
Just
I have
brought
way
that
too many
bull, man.
bandages on me right now. I had 15 bandages on me at the end of the game.
Either way,
The
it's
herbal bandages
silly that
are
like that you can get an advantage like that by getting an achievement. Like, yeah, it's kind of minor, but it's still pretty. It's kind of silly.
You again?
What do you think's better, Chris? A Rattler or a Kettle?
The kettle's really good, especially if you if you upgrade it.
Got you.
If you upgrade it with like full attachments, you have enough ammo to basically like kill somebody with one mag.
I see.
You can also shoot it really fast. It's like, it's semi-automatic, but you know, the faster you left click, the faster it like fires.
Right. So I have a blue shield, but I would need a blue augment to put that on, right?
Yeah. What are your guys' starting quests anyways? Not really.
I actually finished one last game, but I'm on Crash into Treasure, so it's 6 wires, 1 battery.
Yeah, I got the battery of that one. I need 3 arc alloy.
Yeah, I think you just get that from killing arc enemies, or like the bots. Drones.
I need to get some in chat. Freaking free. All right, let's go to the blue gate and go underground.
I'm just gonna do a free loadout this time, and I'm actually doing it for that.
Yeah, I played Mistfall Hunter a bit. Saw QT using Arpeggio. It was sick.
Are we doing daytime?
Oh yeah,
or
I haven't really tried
nighttime?
that. Daytime. Daytime's definitely less sweaty. Like,
Yeah.
nighttime raids are probably better once we all have like blue shields and
Yeah.
like decent guns. No, the zipline is like... The zipline is a consumable you can use to place a zipline. It's the same as the yellow ropes, but you
God,
can
I
like
don't know why
place it.
that drop down animation looks like weird to me. Might just be tripping though.
Oh yeah, so we entered the raid slightly late. Because it's 22 minutes. Yeah, it's normally 30 minutes when you enter. Oh, I need a motor. That's good. I guess you get them from cars. That kind of makes sense.
But
God fucking damn it, man. I'm so stupid.
What?
I took my augment off and I didn't put a fucking new one on.
So, wait, do you just have a shield? Or
I have a shield, but I just like don't have an augment on, so my inventory space is I have 10 spots.
Yeah, and you can't equip one either. Even if you find one.
Fuck. Yeah,
Might just be a extract right away angle.
Yeah, that's my bad.
That's alright. I'm just collecting metal.
Yeah.
I mean, we can just go.
Mitch.
Let's just go to the air shaft. It's right here. We can just leave.
Oh, what the fuck? Yeah.
yeah, I wanted to do that one later. Alright, let's go.
No way anybody's here right now. Although they might run over if they hear it.
No one expects the immediate distraction.
Well, if we were at the start of the game, I would say
Oh, yeah.
that's true,
Yeah,
but... Yeah, just watch out, because somebody might push up. There's not that many extraction shooters, though, are there?
fucking tactical.
If we get grenaded in here, we're frickin'.
Yeah, no, I'm saying like
We're
all
gonna get
three of
turned
us
into
in
fried
here.
chicken, dude.
It's a little dangerous.
Me and my 13 chemicals and 2 oils.
All right, let's go. I always block myself with the stupid fan.
Ooh.
No, you can fall down there. It's fine. There's a lot.
You know, it would honestly be kind of fun if they had like a little like mini game that you did. Like, I don't know. Maybe this is like stupid, but well, I just played like a horror typing game, and maybe that's why I like popped my head. But I don't know, just like doing like a little like it would just have you like type out, you know, like 5 words or something like that. But
Yeah, I don't mind it. Just being a button press, to be honest. I mean, I can type fast, but
yeah.
I think a lot of people complain about that. All right,
That might be the GTFO talking in my brain as well.
I'm ready to go again.
Just make sure that I actually have an augment. Okay, I'm good to go.
Gun do you recommend using?
Well, the Pharaoh, make a Pharaoh, or like buy a Pharaoh.
Yeah, I made one. Use that.
And heavy ammo. Use that for bots. I mean, it's good against players, like if we're long range, but you don't really want to use it in like close quarters.
Do you use 2 guns then?
Yeah, like the kettle is good for close quarters. There's also like a Magnum called an Anvil, but those are kind of hard to get. You can buy them though from the gun shop.
I only won 1 game. It was pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Hey, Top Heavy, thank you for the 9 months. All right. I think I'm probably gonna play this one more, and then I might go get some dinner, and I go get some dinner and just chill out. I've honestly streamed too long today. Oh, God. Man, why do we gotta spawn here?
Let's go to the head house.
We keep joining raids that are like partway through.
Yeah, it's kind of fucked. I don't know why that's a thing.
We got the same spawn point as well.
Yeah. Where should we head towards?
There's a really cool area we can go to. Didn't really get a good spawn for it, but watch out for this guy.
Yeah. There we go.
If you let those guys like, oh, what were you saying?
No, there's hovering bats like 2 shots with the Pharaoh or 3 or what?
Yeah, you have to hit the wings though. Like you always want to shoot the rotors on the bots.
Okay. Sneak it down.
I don't know if hitting the. I think I have enough motors now. I'm not sure though.
Ooh, got my battery. That's going in the prison wallet.
What did you get?
Battery. My quest. Kind of surprised. I feel like I've searched like quite a few containers and I have not found wires.
You can salvage.
Oh, yeah, no, that's right. I think that's actually what I did in the playtest.
It says this is like high value loot. Is there good stuff in that building?
I mean, I found a couple rares, but
okay.
Oh, we got a drone coming our way.
Oh yeah, so these can be broken, by the way. There's like a little red light that you can break. There. Turn off the car alarm. We might need to kill this guy. Yeah. Nice. Oh, we got another one.
Got a wasp overhead.
So those are likely to have arc alloy on them?
Yeah. I'm gonna go across. There were people up, like...
Up there.
I'm going up.
Where are you going? There might be some good stuff up on the top, actually.
Let us know.
There is nothing up here, unfortunately.
Well, now you know for next time.
Alright. Coming down.
Throw a lure nade at a Bastion Bombardier if a Rocketeer is nearby and it will solo it for you. Yeah, that's smart. Oh yeah, I found something really stupid, Denny. There's an achievement for downing a player with a grenade. Now, granted, you can... Obviously, you can just listen for, like, the... You can listen for the audio cue of the...
Damn, man.
Whatever it's called. The flare, but... You could technically reset your Steam achievements, so every time you throw... Like, you could know every time if you down somebody with a grenade.
Drone, I mean.
The insane cheese strats. Alright. Yeah, so there's a giant, like, tunnel system down here. A ton of good stuff.
Let's do it.
Okay, we might... I hope this guy doesn't see me. Somehow we're avoiding them.
So their audio is this.
Oh.
There. Bastion. Found a spot.
People?
Bastion.
No, there's just a lot of drones. Is that a, like, spider-looking one?
Going here.
Oh, we got some wires in here for you.
Oh, no shit.
Over here.
Much obliged.
Yeah, I don't really know this place at all. I've only been here once, but I've been told there's very good stuff.
I mean, I'm upstairs, but I swear I feel like I hear footsteps. But it might just be like thoughts.
Yeah.
No.
That's me.
No.
Well, people are telling me there's multiple weapon crates here, Denny.
Oh, Roomba! Jesus Christ. He didn't get me though. Fast.
Dude, I definitely hear people.
Okay.
The robots can sound like footsteps.
Yeah, I'm coming back down. I'm just gonna stay closer to you guys.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Can we go this? Is there a way?
There's a way out. I mean,
oh yeah,
you-
let's go
you
through the
can go up
tunnel.
and out.
How's that little spider?
I don't know what they're called. Tick or something? They're like face suckers. They're easy to melee. Yeah, I guess I should do that so I don't make so much sound. Holy crap, it's the car park.
Yeah, it's...
Place is a frickin' maze. Holy.
Yeah, no, I feel pretty uncomfortable down here. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I'm coming towards y'all.
Them. 2 more batteries. I got 3 now. You want one, Mitch?
I have one.
Oh, okay.
I have 4 actually. That's one off the door.
I don't know why, but randomly, like, my FPS just, like, tanked here.
Yeah, I've had that happen sometimes. Dude, I have no idea where we are. Is there anything else this way, Kyle?
I didn't go further down that way.
There can be weapon crates, but I don't know. Dude, I don't know where we are. Oh, there's like a... Oh my god, if you look at the map, it's like, you could see the tunnel structure. This thing is
Oh, you
giant.
scared the fuck out of me, Mitch. I was looking at the map and I just heard, like, loud footsteps right behind me. I was like, oh, fuck.
There can be weapon crates, but I just don't know where they are.
Does doesn't have to be in like a high loot area.
Oh, this has been looted, so might.
I mean, were we here before? Did we just do a big circle
No,
again?
we were not here before. I don't think. Yeah, somebody came through here. Seems like they hit the.
Oh, fuck
Yeah.
damn round.
I didn't get this up. You alright back there, Mitch?
Yeah, there was a robot that I was avoiding, but I'm safe if I can find you guys.
Okay, I think. Oh, this is just back at this entrance. Wait, people are.
It sounds like people are like fighting like above us.
Yeah, there was people.
Oh, I think I actually just saw someone.
Oh, the weapon crate's here. Hello.
Fuck.
Is that an anvil blueprint? Venator blueprint? Oh my god.
Was a guy out there to the right.
Unlocked. Oh.
I have no idea actually. Yeah, there was a guy like over there.
Okay. Like pretty close or?
Yeah, no, he was like right outside the tunnel.
Oh, I see them walking up.
Raider, over there.
Somehow I actually spotted him. That's crazy. Let's go.
I could
Let's go to the
barely
right.
see the guy myself too, and I still spotted like I just hit middle mouse and it pinged him. I was like, what the fuck?
They're here. He's lit. Oh, he went down.
Yeah,
Okay, one's down. Watch out.
Yeah, good call.
You can knock him out if you want, Kyle.
I was thinking about doing that.
Maybe he was on his own somehow.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I only saw one person.
Yeah.
initially. Oh, no.
We want to loot this guy. Let's
Guy's
see what he's
relatively
got.
Close.
Oh, somebody just died over there.
I think that was the guy that I was shooting at. I think he might have gotten third partied.
Oh, there's an anvil on this guy and a Pharaoh 4.
I'll take the Pharaoh, man.
I'm gonna drop it for you.
Yeah, okay.
And the anvil here.
Yeah, I have a Berletta. Sorry about that. I'd rather have the Pharaoh.
Got too much shit, chat. Okay, yeah, I mean, you can loot him if you want. He's got some stuff. We're getting kind of low on time, though.
Yeah, no, the tough thing is, like, I just don't have the space. I'm carrying a lot of greens and blues, so... Actually, pretty much like everything in my inventory is green or blue. Fuck. Yeah, I do only have one shot for the Pharaoh. I don't have the ammo.
Does he have? He should have heavy ammo on him, no?
I didn't search him.
Oh,
Mitch is
okay.
on him right now.
Yeah, you can literally do that. Shit.
Did you grab the anvil, Kyle?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, he does have heavy ammo.
All right. Yeah, we gotta go. I don't know which way we should go though. Maybe let's wrap around the back again, since we saw that guy die over there. Or we could push up and check the body. But
dude, how is this guy holding? He had 31 slots. Fucking hell, man. I'm cool with whatever. I mean, whatever you think's best.
There's a zip here. Where does this go?
Yeah, we are. Yeah, we gotta get out of here.
All right, yeah, let's go back down.
He was making too much noise, man.
Made me feel unsafe.
I mean, whoever died is definitely... Whoever killed them is definitely not here anymore.
I feel like most people now that are still alive are like in like get the fuck out mode. Oh,
yeah.
Oh, fucking big guy to the left, yeah.
Let's go around the right side. Oh Jesus. Oh, that's fine. That's fine.
Oh, it's on me.
Run. Mitch. Oh, you got another one. Oh fuck.
Get me out there, lads.
Alright, fucking go.
Alright. We gotta move.
Shield up, Mitch.
Yeah. Ooh, I don't have any more shields, actually.
Don't have any shields? Here.
Shield recharger, here.
How's the grind going? It's good.
Only one, fucking running this one down on the wire, eh?
Yeah. True. I think I need a nap, chat. What is this? Game worth playing? Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
If you hold shift, you can slide down.
I doubt there's anyone
Like, a
here.
good spot to hide here.
Yeah. I doubt there's anyone here. You never know, though.
Yeah. Just kind of looking over like where we just came down.
Yeah.
that ladder.
Last warning. 2 minutes left. Head back immediately. The window
We
is
did it.
closing.
Never down.
That was
Yo,
fun.
this Venator blueprint though, chat.
Dude chasing after
That
me,
is
but it was one of the
huge.
blueprints.
That's so good.
I was like, oh,
You know, well, I actually learned that game that you can outrun them.
I think the Venator is like
that
one of
was
the
on
best
me,
guns in the
and
game.
I didn't like realize that at the time, and I just started like sprinting, and I like made like a good distance between, and I just shot him. Like a cinematic. Can you get that, Mitch?
no.
Yeah, you sometimes get them like after cutscene or after finishing quests and stuff.
Yeah. Dude, I was looking recently, a couple days ago. I still have like a bunch of like PUBG clips saved. I'm like,
yeah.
What a time that was.
I got a blueprint for like one of the best guns in the game that last round.
No shit.
Yeah.
Oh man, my inventory's full. Gotta start
Oh, I can
selling
make
stuff.
two of them. Shit. Oh, chat. We are juicing now.
What?
The Bettina, it's a gun.
Oh, that is so
yeah,
good.
no,
I wanted the
actually got one
anvil
of those
recipe,
last-
but
or
I think the
actually, no, I
Venator
dropped
is
that,
even better.
for the Pharaoh, so I think you must have picked that up. I haven't used it.
I
I'm
have
not sure.
A blueprint for it.
Oh, okay. Hmm. You want to let me like 4K, Chris?
I would if I could.
No, I just got to start selling stuff.
You can upgrade the stash.
Yeah,
If
I
you
know.
press the
Well,
expand button.
It's 5,000.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff you can sell. Just like even stuff that's not treasure necessarily. Just
Yeah.
like start just early on. If you see the probes, they're like they fall from the sky sometimes, and they make this like weird ass sound. If you loot those, you can get I think each one's probably like $10,000 or like 15,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I didn't realize how valuable some stuff. I just sold 2 things and I already got 5,000.
Yeah, I mean the robot parts too, those like drivers. I mean you need them right now for your quests, but they sell for like 2,000 a piece, so you're killing a lot of robots and looting all those. It definitely helps.
Yeah. Got the gear bench now. I can make the gunsmith too. I just need fabric, plastic, arc alloy.
I want to run like better gear, but the problem is like Kyle and
I
Mitch
think I
are
might
a little
run
too.
2 guns as well.
They
I got that Pharaoh now.
they need to kind of get their stash built up a little bit more. I feel like it's not really worth running like super good stuff if other people also aren't. I'm just too good. What?
So our first few games, you kept giving me toasters.
Yeah, you need
Not
them
like-
for like a later quest.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I see.
I'm gonna go use the restroom, chat.
I just want to say respect Mitch for the Steam profile picture, Sif.
Yeah, that hit me so hard in the DLC when you can save him as a little puppy.
Right. Yeah. No, that's. Oh man, it's all tough. I remember like, Sip fucking kicked my ass for a long time, man. It took me like, yeah, no, it probably took me like 40 or 50 tries to beat him.
The first time we fought ONS, that was.
Oh yeah. Oh god, yeah. Still a nightmare to this day. Yeah, the good old days, like fucking like 15 years ago, damn near.
Yeah. Wait, so is durability? It's not like the effectiveness of it. It is just how much longer you can use it, essentially.
Your inventory yeeted if you die?
I'm not sure.
Yes.
Actually.
Alright. I'm gonna do one more. And then I think I'm gonna get some food and take a break for a bit.
Word.
Well, going down there was good for that weapon crate, I gotta say. You want to try another night raid, or?
I'm down for a night, yeah.
Alright.
What did the augments do?
I just want to say thanks everybody for
I usually have a looting one on.
thanks everybody for being here.
Too.
I love you, chat. Kyle, look what I got.
What's up? Oh, very nice. Put that in my safe pocket. Safekeeping.
The ducky. No fruit basket.
I have not found a single piece of fruit since I accepted
Yeah.
that quest.
You gotta go like to a specific map, and then sometimes like the maps have
Can you,
an
like,
effect.
grow seeds? I've seen
No.
a couple of those.
Seeds are used to trade.
I've gotten a lot of seeds, but I don't
Oh.
think so.
You trade the seeds with like a vendor into like other materials.
Fuck. I just sold them.
That's okay. You get them from the chicken. Oh, not too bad.
Yeah, I feel like I was getting them pretty often, so.
Oh yeah, so this thing can actually be looted on top, but when you loot it, it's gonna explode. You gotta wait for it to like explode first. What is that thing doing, dude?
Is it done yet?
they sometimes just go like crazy when flopping
No, I
around.
meant this.
That's done now. I don't remember what's in here actually. Yeah, you guys can take it. I don't think the loot's that good.
Like a few things, you can take the other.
Alright, let's go to the water treatment plant. Maybe I'll find a mushroom there. Yeah, I need mushrooms. There's mushrooms here at this building. On the pipes.
I'm itching for lemons. And apricots.
I need to go to a field depot.
Oh.
That's fairly close.
Yeah, that's a drone.
Close the door.
I can't from this side. You can't. There's not a door to close.
We should probably... Yeah, here, let's, yeah, follow me.
Picked up a sniper rifle.
They're nearby. I don't know if they're up here.
Yeah, they sound close.
He's right here. I downed one. These guys,
There's like people outside too.
I'm gonna knock this guy out. Hopefully they don't push me. Oh, they pushed me. Okay.
Drone was shooting us through the. Oh yeah, no, I just. Oh, two of them.
Where is my team?
On the left-hand side.
I guess were they fighting somebody else? I don't know.
He just ran past the hall. He might be coming down to you, Chris.
I'm climbing up.
He's on the roof. On the roof. Yeah, I got this guy down though. Not beside the ladder, no.
He dropped. He's in here. He's in here. He's in here.
Oh, there's more than one.
Did you get him?
No, he's coming to you, pal. Is he down?
He's down. There's another one. There's another one.
You have full shields, Mitch, so he's gonna try to res that guy. You should go.
Yeah,
push up.
he dropped down from. He's still.
Can you ping? You can ping.
There's
You
two.
can.
There's two.
You can ping Kyle. You can live ping them if you middle mouse click. Are they pushing in? Oh my god, that fuck.
I died.
Oh sh.
Dude, that was. We just got third. I got third party because it was a different squad that came in.
Oh, we can go
I lit them up, Mitch. If you want to push, if you want to push up.
They must have dropped.
They're below me. Can't. Oh my god, I have reloaditis.
Mitch, you can hold shift when you're going down a ladder and you just slide down.
Up here.
He's around this corner on the lower level, Mitch. Straight beneath me. He's on the lower level.
Yeah, Mitch is down. Down there.
Right around the corner. He's looking at me, I think.
Oh, they're both there. They're both there.
Yeah.
You downed him? Oh, okay, I downed him. Oh, this guy's sniping me.
The other one's around the corner. I have a sniper.
You need to heal.
Hit him. Yeah, heal.
Where is he?
He's like.
He was
around the corner.
Yeah, that like the other corner, yeah, like where the building ends.
I need to loot this guy for fucking shields.
Yeah, I gotta use the gamma tech.
Are they push out?
No, I don't know. That guy might have just ditched.
I don't know if the
You should try to climb up this ladder, Mitch. I can give you supplies, shields and stuff. Oh, okay. Do you need shields and bandages?
I have.
Here, take these bandages.
No, I have some shields. I only have one bandage.
Herbal bandage. Over here.
If the video is down, maybe crawl back. It's so dark. I can see.
Yeah, it's alright. God, I'm encumbered. Here, Mitch, take one of these weapons.
Albertina, here.
You can use it if you want.
Head home at the water treatment elevator.
Alright. You can loot these guys if you want. I mean, they've got a lot of stuff. Dude, why am I so heavy, chat? Oh, it's the fucking shield. They're... Oh my god, what is happening? Wait, I don't have my shields on. Oh, I gotta recharge. Oh, sorry we couldn't get you, Kyle.
It's all good, man.
Good fight, though.
I had no idea because like I was more focused on the dude on the roof and fucking they just like came up the ladder and yeah, just like straight up got third partied.
I don't know how I managed to make it out of that. honestly.
I don't know how I didn't down the other guy.
All right. Well, Mitch,
Yeah, we're still
let's see. The power complex elevator might be the way here.
Yeah, it sounds like there's a lot of action going around.
All right. Follow me, Mitch.
Alright, follow me.
Oh yeah, Mitch,
Hey, Grape.
Mitch can't
Thank you for the
sprint.
54 months.
Yeah, you should. Yeah.
It dropped like any gray weapons you have. Like,
Yeah. I didn't realize I had my old ones still.
gotcha. I think going to the one up here is probably a better idea because the other one's a little bit more open, I think. Any PvP happened? Yeah, we just had like a huge team fight and my brother died, but somehow we managed. That was so fucking chaotic, dude. You need any shields?
Nah, I'm free.
Okay. Oh, here, I have a spare one.
A shield recharger. Here.
The drone is chasing after us.
You guys think going for the north one is better?
So if those
I feel
flares
like
means
this
two
one is
people
less. What'd you say?
died. The flares to our right means 2 people died.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, and that's back where the other fucking elevator was. I think going this way should be easier.
There's a lot of third party now going on over there. This feels much safer. For now.
Not sure if I heard gunshots.
Yeah, don't count your chickens before they hatch. Oh lord.
Let me up.
Nope. Yeah, maybe you won't have to deal with enemies, or players, but the drones are in full force.
Button.
Oh, people running.
There.
How close?
Below us.
Oh god. How many?
I only heard one.
You can switch your camera too, by the way, Mitch. If you hit X, you can like switch it to your left shoulder.
That's very convenient.
How much time do you have to get in before it
You
it
have a
closes?
decent bit. You seen anything, Mitch?
No.
You want to just go?
On the map, but fuck it.
All right, just run.
Very nice, boys.
Good job.
It's definitely a bit more sweaty, but is the map smaller as well?
What? The map we just played on?
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the maps
Like
is...
when you're saying the night mode, or the night raids more.
Oh, no. Night raids are... It's just the same map, but it's night, so there's like more robots, like more deadly robots, and there's less extraction points. You can't use like the hatches to get out either.
Hey, you know, all I care about is I got my ducky, so.
That's good.
Officially just got 20 cred. Street cred.
Yeah, I have too many guns. This is dumb.
He's hoarding.
Yeah. Yo.
What do you use the cred for?
The what?
Oh, that's like battle pass stuff. Looks like.
You get the battle pass, Chris?
There a battle pass?
Is that what the deck is, or is that?
I thought there was.
Not sure. I am a hoarder. You're not wrong.
Or maybe the. I think it's like the deluxe edition. But yeah, no, they have like a bunch of like paid skins and stuff like that.
Yeah, I got the deluxe edition.
Gotcha.
Okay, really new question here. How do I sell shit that's in my stash?
You just right click
yeah.
on whatever item.
Wait, bro.
Oh, yeah.
Why did it just upgrade a Berletta? Wait. What? What is going on? That's not... Huh? That's not what I chose. Hello? Huh? That's so weird. It is so strange. I don't get it.
Okay. I am learning.
Let's get this done.
God. Where the fuck do I get lemons and apricots, man?
You honestly just Google it.
Yeah.
That's what I'd recommend.
Can I help you?
Wait, did you change your name, Mitch?
What do you mean?
You've really been on top of gathering seeds for us.
Your name shows up as Eager Train in the in the main menu.
The whatever.
Had that saved up for you.
Like account. That's what.
I mean, that's weird though, because you were Cheese Monster before.
It still says cheese
What do you
monster,
use the magnets to make? Oh, I can't remember.
but I don't make the rules.
Or something. But yeah, I can make trigger nades with... I really should use grenades more often. I feel like they're so good.
Ah, man. I lost my Pharaoh.
They're pretty easy to make, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, if you just need like 20 or 30 metal scrap and some, I don't know what the other thing is, but that's like
Oh
it.
yeah. No, they're super easy to make.
And yeah, definitely like use the salvage when you're in the raid to just like stockpile metal scrap that way.
Yeah.
This game good. It's been a lot of fun. I mean, it's not for everybody, but all right. I'm gonna hop off for a bit though, and go eat some food.
All right. No worries, man.
All right.
Yeah, I
Fun.
might hop on later and play some more. I'll let you know. But yeah. GG guys.
sure.
That was fun.
Yeah, jeez. Yep.
All right.
Thanks for playing, man. That was
Yeah.
fun.
Good luck, guys.
Yeah. See you, man.
See ya. All right, chat. I honestly ended up streaming a little too long today. I'm gonna go get some dinner and chill out. But thank you guys all for watching. Thank you anybody who stuck around from Barb's raid. Another quick Luda hit before bed. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, well, my sleep schedule is kind of messed up. I had like a hard time going to bed last night. So. But yeah, thanks for watching, everybody. Appreciate it, gentlemen. I just I don't know. Maybe I'll turn the stream back on later if I play more. But I just want to like chill out, maybe take a shower, eat some dinner, just relax for a bit. But if I don't see you guys again later tonight, I will be back tomorrow, I think. Actually, yeah, we'll see. I don't know. I've been meaning to take a day off for a while. Maybe I'll take tomorrow off, but we'll see. We will see. I'm gonna give a raid to Spicy. He's playing Arc Raiders. He's really fucking good at it. If I do end up playing more tonight, I'll probably end up playing with Spicy, so yeah. I mean, if I don't end up streaming, I might be on Spicy's stream. I don't know. We'll see. It depends how I feel. Like I do kind of want to go to bed, but I'm also kind of addicted to this game. So. Yeah, I was playing with Spicy last night. Yeah, Spicy's really good. I mean, he's like my fucking speedrun nemesis. Just built different. Alright, anyways, good night, guys.